time. Get more info at rejuvamemedical.com.
The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
Tiger weather now.
More tough heat and humidity to close down the work week. Triple digits on the table for the weekend and next week. Also, overnight low 78 degrees as Tropical Storm Bertha skirts the Louisiana coast overnight. Sunshine Thursday, 91 degrees. Thunderstorms possible Friday, 96. I'm meteorologist Scott Larimore at the Weather Channel.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station. The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
The following program is paid for by Tim Fletcher.
Good morning. How are you doing? This is the Tim Fletcher Show. Yeah. What's happening, hot stuff? My name is Tim Fletcher, and I am so happy to be here with you today on this Thursday, July 23rd, 2026. For the Tim Fletcher Show on 1130 The Tiger. That's 103.3 FM, 1130 The Tiger. Hey, how about this? We're on 103.3 FM, 1420 The Goat in Lafayette as well. Hey, 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 hey. What up, what up, what up? I don't know if you guys are aware of this. That was Don Key, our confused goat, by the way. A little dirt foot popping in our ears. Not sure if you're aware of this, that you can call us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Hopefully you are. But if this is the first time you're listening, or if you haven't caught this before, yeah, call us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, 318-725-5945, 318-RALLY-45.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Coach O.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy? Are you going to be
We're coming. We're coming. And we ain't backing down.
Okay.
Hello.
You got it, Coach. I believe you. Whatever you say goes, buddy. SEC Media Days continues. Coach O's boss goes today, Lane Kiffin. MudbugsHockey.com, our Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, sponsored by our favorite fellows from north of the border, along with T. Scott, who's from right here. MudbugsHockey.com, 318-636-7094. Get aligned with T. Scott and Muskie and Soupy and Pagey and Laureny and all that whole crew over at Mudbugs Hockey. Get your tickets, 636-7094. Yes, sir. You can text us on the Live Oak Environmental text line. Yes, sir. We certainly welcome that. Come on. Get you some. Text us on the Live Oak Environmental text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. LiveOakENV.com. Who's got your dumpster service? Rogers has your nose. But who's got your dumpster service? Do you have a Live Oak logo on that dumpster? If you don't, well, we know that's just trash. Absolutely, positively trash. And you can rectify that. Rectify it. LiveOakENV.com, 318-230-7125. Live Oak Environmental. Switch on over to the good guys, the nice guys. They'll save you money, give you better service with your dumpster service. Live Oak Environmental, liveoakenv.com. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform professionals since 1973. Sports World, getting the job done for over 50 years, since 1973. They've got football gear, they've got helmets, they've got bats, they've got unis, they've got school unis. They literally are a must-stop shop before school. 8809 Joella, just off 3132. My friends, if we haven't impressed you already with our intellect and our way with the ladies as our reputations make its way around town, believe half of what you hear and the other half take with a grain of salt. Throw it over your shoulder. Now, down that tequila shot, and you've got the whole truth. These cool cats are located on the X, where there are more cool cats. We're at Fletcher Worldwide at Fletcher Show, at Hey Boy Rogers, at A Hester 32, and of course, our fourth Beatle at Greg Atoms. Okay, I heard the first two, got 3, 4 times. Greg, of course, our GeekCon godfather, who also happens to be the board op producer for Off Center with Colvin, from 4 to 5, right here on 1130 The Tiger. Preceding Sports Talk with JJ and Bonsai Ben, featuring Louisiana Sports Hall of Famer John James Marshall and his big brother Ben, from 5 to 6. We're also on TikTok, Instagram, and Threads at the same spot, Tim Fletcher Show. The Tim Fletcher Show YouTube channel and Facebook page feature a live stream of the show. How you like them apples? I'm streaming right now, right behind Roger's back. Yeah, sorry, Rog. I think it hit behind you. Told you to wear a raincoat. It's in beautiful Technicolor sound and Panavision audio. What more do you want? Oh, you want more? You want more. All right, we'll give you more. When the show is over, Rogers and I gather together after our 5-minute hot yoga break. And we get after it and lock up each hour of our radio show, separate it, cast it in iron, place it inside a hermetically sealed wooden crate handcrafted by the Amish in Pennsylvania Dutch country. And each hour gets pushed way up high, all the way into the pod clouds, so that you can poke a hole in it and leak out the information you're looking for from whatever hour you're seeking. Wherever you get your podcast from, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, Amazon, iHeart, Circle K, Sam's Club, Mattress Firm. Wherever you get your podcast from is where you'll find our show. You're welcome. All right, how about this? You ready to have some fun? Let's do this. Your SEC update is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Hey, let's get down to brass tacks. It's simple. Bo Harris Wealth Management makes a life plan become a reality, guiding people he works with to a work-optional lifestyle or retirement goal. And heck, you may be closer than you realize to either or both. And of course, whatever your goal is, Bo Harris Wealth Management can give you that trusted second opinion, kind of check where you stand, how far the trip is going to be. In any event, this is too important of an endeavor to leave to chance. It's time to address the issue. Reach out to Bo Harris Wealth Management and his team and Put your mind at ease for a second opinion from a man and a crew that you can trust. Bo Harris Wealth Management, bringing you this SEC update. Well, we know what Pete Golding had to say about Lane Kiffin. He also talked about the tampering charges that Dabo Swinney has certainly not made any bones about with a player that is on the roster at Ole Miss now. Golding said yesterday, the Ole Miss head coach at SEC Media Days in Tampa, let me put it to you this way, okay? So obviously you're a reporter, right? Would you quit your job before interviewing for another job or being offered another job? No. Nobody would. But we have a transfer portal that you can go in with a do not contact tag. I'm going to quit my job where I'm getting paid, and I'm going to go in saying, I need a new job, but nobody can call me to interview. So what have we created? We've created it on top of representation for these players, right? That it's their responsibility to make sure they get paid really well, and they also have opportunities. So by design, it's put a lot of people in bad positions. He kind of makes a little bit of a point. He said there are type of things he's being accused at have been going on in college football for decades. He questioned why players are held to different standards than coaches. He said, let's not act like recruiting in college football for the last 100 years is the most moral thing that's ever been existed. I mean, like, what are we talking about here? I mean, the model obviously has been broken, and I'm all for everybody being on the same playing field and doing the same things. I get it. But I think that's in any job. Like coaches, we're under contract. You don't think other ADs are calling us during the year? The same ones that are bitching about all this stuff are the same ones calling coaches to come to other schools. So it's everywhere. It's in every profession. So I'm not saying I've got all the answers. I'm not saying that at all. He said that many in college football have taken the, well, everybody does it anyway attitude and have gone along to get along. We go by the rules of the program, right? Golding said, and go with the flow. Just like when you're on the interstate and people are flying by you. What do you start doing? You're damn right, or you're going to get hit, right? Does that make sense in this profession? You're going to get fired, right? College football is constantly changing. All those type of things. So hopefully we'll all decide what's fair for everybody. Very interesting. And again, you know, it's can't really poke a lot of holes in what he's saying. He doesn't admit it, but he doesn't also apologize for it as well. Yesterday, of course, in the state of Alabama, there was more concern about the Crimson Tide head coach, Kalen DeBoer. He was in front of the cameras yesterday. You know, his second or third, holy cow, third SEC Media Days with Kalen DeBoer. It was kind of weird with DeBoer and Saban on the same set yesterday. They've been on the same set before, but it's still just very weird. So, this will be the first time that Kalen DeBoer will have a quarterback that he has recruited to be his starting quarterback. That he recruited, signed, and developed. Don't know which one it's going to be. Fourth-year player Austin Mack or year two Keelan Russell. Mack followed DeBoer from Washington to Alabama. So, we'll see. There's an article from Kevin Skarbinski in AL.com today, and he says, non-ball knowers like ESPN screamer Stephen A. Smith may have decided that DeBoer is not the man to keep following the man named Saban, but a little Alabama football history is in order. Only once have back-to-back Crimson Tide coaches won national titles. What Wallace Wade and Frank Thomas accomplished is ancient history. There were two coaches who didn't win it all between Thomas and Bryant. Two between Bryant and Gene Stallings. Three between Stallings and Saban if you don't count Mike Price. The last two Alabama coaches to earn statues did it in their third season, and it is year 3 for DeBoer, but it's not national championship or bust. It's just time for this third team to define what his program will be. That's Kevin Skarbinski's closing moment or closing line in his article on A Defining Season Awaits Kalen DeBoer. These guys get paid a whole lot of money, Raj, but there is a whole lot of pressure on these guys as well. The pressure that they are, again, very well compensated for. And that's your SEC update. It's brought to you by our buddy Bo Harris, Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. Get in touch with him at 318-670-3101. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities are offered through Wells Fargo Advisors, Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris, WM.com, 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Time now to say good morning to our old pal Rogers, Hambo, and
Hey,
Hampton.
boy, what is happening, Tim Fletcher?
Well, I'll tell you what's happening, Raj.
What's that?
I was telling Mike when I was taping the Keel Sportscast, and by the
Yes,
way, he
sir.
gave me some Kleenex here.
Okay.
I'm leaking. My nose is leaking.
Leaking, okay.
I'm like, well, when does this happen? When do we just start having things leak out of our nose? I see it with my dad. I've seen it for years with my dad. Like every now and
See
then,
me all the time.
right?
doing
I'm
that
like,
now.
I don't have a cold. I don't have any allergies. I don't have anything going on. I don't have the vid. I don't have the flu. There's nothing. I feel fantastic. But my nose is just like, I'm going to go ahead and leak out some fluid out of your head. No one tells us this stuff is going to happen when you get like 60 years old. That all of a sudden you're going to like, no, hey, look, there's wetness coming out of my nose.
I get it, man. I get it. I get it.
And don't even let me get started on what happens to our bodies as we get older, Raj. Holy moly. Fellas, if you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, let me just tell you, if your pops is still hanging around, if you've got older brothers or uncles or grandpa, have a conversation with them before it's too late and get an idea of what's in store for your body and how things change and look. No one ever warned me, Raj. So I need to have a talk with my son-in-law, I guess. Mark, I don't know if Jimmy has told you this, his pops.
But stuff goes south.
Stuff goes south.
Stuff goes south, my friend.
Gravity starts working.
Yeah.
How was your Wednesday, Raj?
I chilled, stayed inside as much as I could as possible.
That's good.
It's hot.
I did the
It
opposite.
is hot.
so-
Did you?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, no. Well, please explain.
I just went for my walk again. Did
All right.
3.5 miler. A little bit later in the day, though. It was
Okay.
only like 98 with a heat index of like 104. So it really did feel different. Like I didn't sweat near as much, and maybe I didn't drink as much beforehand. But I got back, and I was like, I don't feel nearly as bad as I did yesterday. The day before, like Tuesday, it sucked the life out of me. That was a hot walk. Yesterday, not so bad. Now, I did have 3 vultures, buzzards, just kind of, they were circling over me, and then they just started walking behind me. I'm like, what are y'all doing? Yeah, I turn around, they're like, oh, they find like a dead worm. I'm like, what? Get out of here. Oh, Rogers, I did have some excitement. As I was on the way back home, I was on the back half of the route, walking back toward my house. And there's this, going down a pretty good sized road, one of the Mainer roads. That's Arkansas for a more used road. It's called the Mainer
Take
road.
a right down there on Main Street.
Grief. Some people don't know just how country and dumb I am until something leaks like my nose. So, Raj, I'm walking, and as I turn the corner from one of the main roads onto this other main little road, I'm like, whoa, there's a lot of cop cars over here. I'm like, oh, geez, there's a fire truck and an EMT. I'm like, oh, no, I hope someone didn't have a heart attack on, like, one of the streets that I walk past all the time, Like, oh, man.
He saw you.
Right. And I, almost caused a wreck the other day by walking. Lady trying to get away from me that I'd gone out with. Didn't want to have to stop and say hi to me at a stop sign. I'm like, huh? So I'm walking here, and there's a young girl walking toward me as well on the other side of the street, and she's looking over there, and I'm looking over there, and we both kind of look at each other and kind of do the, like, shrug our shoulders, like, what happened? And so I don't want to keep walking by the cops. I don't want to get in their way, and plus I don't want to be around the cops, Raj. I don't want to be run in for something. So I cross the street, and while I do, I look over, Raj, and there's been a vehicle accident where there's a car that is like bashed into a truck. And they are placing a young lady in a dress with cuffs on in the back of a squad car. And I'm like, ooh. And so I get over there, and that girl, she goes, she was on the phone with somebody. You know, she had her buds in, and I took my earbuds out. She goes, hang on a second. She goes, did you see anything? I said, no. I was going to ask you, did you see anything? She goes, no, I walked up, and this was what's going on. I said, did you see the lady in red dress get just handcuffed? She goes, yeah, they just handcuffed her. And they walked her back and put her in the car. I said, yeah, I know. She goes, what do you think? I said, I don't know. You think probably a DWI? She goes, yeah, she had to be drunk. That's what it probably had to be, right? She had to be drunk right here. She goes, and I was like, I didn't get my phone up in time. I said, I know. We didn't get to do World Star, you know. And no video. But, yeah, there was excitement on a dead-end street. Lady, I guess, maybe had a couple of too many soda pops and plowed into a little truck. No damage like done to two vehicles. Really just kind of hit the corner of it. But I'm like, wow. There were like 6 cop cars. And maybe they were, I don't know. I don't know what the story was, but if you.
Well, did you walk up to the cop car and tap on the window?
What are you in for?
No. You can't park here.
You can't park here.
You can't park
Can't
here.
park here. Citizens arrest. You guys are all illegally parked. You're on the wrong side of the road, facing the wrong direction.
That would be bad.
I want justice. So, yeah, hopefully whatever happened, I hope the young girl, if she did something wrong, I hope that she's okay. Because she looked like she was probably like in her 20s. I'm like, oh, boy. And it's like 4:45 in the afternoon.
When they were cuffing her, you couldn't tell if she was staggering or anything.
No, but by the time I saw her hands were already behind her. And
so you
she
didn't
was
see them
cuffed,
put her through
and they were like just walking her back toward the cop car.
So you didn't see them put her through a sobriety test?
No, I didn't see a sobriety test, but I'm like, well, why else would they arrest her?
Hey, she could have priors.
Mine had a prior,
Yeah.
You know. I need to watch more cop shows.
Or just walk every day.
Right, yeah. Or just walk every day. So you never know what you're going to see, man, on one of these walks. Got buzzards following me around. Got an arrest going on. Tell you what, man. It's an adventure out there, Raj.
I wasn't going to say anything. I just can't believe you mentioned buzzards. Because when I drove up in my driveway yesterday,
Yeah.
there were 3, I'm talking, you know how big they get? They were in my
almost
front yard, 3 of them all together. So I figured, okay, raccoon, possum,
Right.
neighborhood cat maybe.
Mm.
I pull up, open the door, hey, and they all just fly off. There's not a dead carcass at all. They were just getting shade
Oh, wow.
under my tree.
Oh,
I expected to see a half-eaten something,
right.
and
Nothing here.
I went, they were just, it was so damn hot.
Even the buzzards have to
They
find
were
shade.
camped out under my tree that provides shade.
The future was so bright, Raj, they had to find
Because
shade.
I was like, oh, man, what am I going to have to go shovel up?
Mm,
You know what I mean?
I get it.
Whether it was a possum, a raccoon,
Right.
a squirrel.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, man, it's going to be half-eaten.
Oh. And that
And-
means you're going to have to eat the other half?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Louisiana shit.
Yeah. Oh, hi. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Bone Hampton. Hopefully the vultures and buzzards left you alone. Hopefully you weren't the one being arrested yesterday or the one that was involved in the accident, I guess. So if you were, I hope you're okay. Did not get video. 318 says, absolutely, Monday and Tuesday's heat was way worse than yesterday's by far. Yeah, it did. It just felt different. And I don't know, there's a little bit of a breeze, too, when I was walking around. Now, granted, I create my own breeze. People start drafting off of me. Early riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Ham bonus here. It's SEC Media Days for Arkansas, Mississippi State, Texas, and who else is it? Is there someone else? Oh, LSU. We'll talk about that a little bit. Speaking of LSU, former LSU Tiger, SEC Player of the Year. Number 2 overall pick in the 2000 NBA draft. No biggie. Former Parade All-American. High School Player of the Year. The Stro Show. going to be right here on this Tim Fletcher Show at 8 o'clock for our Morris and Dewett Injury Lawyers Athlete of the Week Rewind. And he may actually be in studio. He wanted to know the address. And I said, you can come in. I said, you don't have to if you don't want to. I said, no, I just wanted it to be convenient for you. He goes, well, we'll see. So we either might have a 6'9" human being darken our door here and hang out with us in the studio, or we may have him on the phone. But either way, we're going to talk to Stromile Swift today at 8 o'clock. Looking forward to that. Stro's a good guy and it's going to be fun. Looking forward to visiting with him because he was the last Vancouver Grizzly that was still, when they moved to Memphis, he got traded and then traded back to Memphis. There was something about it that he was like one of the last Vancouver Grizzlies that was still in the league or whatever. Which, by the way, if you ever look up the old Vancouver Grizzly uniforms, those were awesome. They should have never, ever left. Ed in San Marcos says, must have been a good walk. You didn't catch poison ivy. That is true. That comes today, Ed, when I mow my yard. The poison ivy will get me today. So looking forward to that. And what I don't know, Rogers, is am I going to go home immediately and mow the yard like between 11 and 2 and just sweat all day before I take a shower at 5 or 6? I might have a date tonight, actually. I think. Today's Thursday, right? I think I have a date tonight. A better shower after I go mow the yard. But she likes to walk to the restaurants. This one does. Roger, if I shower, I'm just going to sweat again. I got some planning to do, Rog. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132, your local uniform pro since 1973. Good folks over at Sports World. Our little radio show is also brought to you by Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Rog, we don't do birthdays on here, right? Is that correct? Yeah. If we could, I would say happy birthday to Trey Rogers, our buddy over at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. I covered Trey as a high schooler. Of course, I know Trey since at least 1999, or knew of him because of his mom and dad, Denny and Renee. Renee, of course, came up with the idea for the Athlete of the Week way back in the day. In 1999, actually in 2000, presented it with, she was a salesperson at Channel 3 where I was working. And, of course, Denny was at United Auto Dodge at that point. And they came up with this idea for Athlete of the Week, sponsored by United Auto Dodge at the time. And we did it on Channel 3 for many, many years, buddy. And they've carried it over to Channel 12. Renee has since passed and was just an amazing woman. And, boy, when Trey played high school football at Captain Shreve and Renee would send me a message or a text, there were times when she was not happy with the coaching. She was not happy with the opposition, but she was always happy with her boy, Trey. And Denny, now Trey is at the dealership at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. He and Steve taking care of business over there, and it's pretty fun watching this young fella go from being a Captain Shreve Gator from way back in the day. That's 16 years ago, 15 years ago. And now here he is at Landers, and he's a good dude. Husband, dad, makes some good content and treating people right over at Landers Dodge. So happy birthday there, buddy Trey. If we could say happy birthdays, Roger, we'd shout out our buddy Trey Rogers, the son of Denny and the late Renee Rogers, who I'm a big fan of. They played a huge role in my life as well. So big fan of the Rogers crew, big fan of Trey. Happy birthday, buddy. And we'll be back. Oh, and Landers has a big food truck coming out Saturday. They got deals, $25,000 off Tungsten Rams, $18,000 off Laramie's, I believe. So go out there and get you a Ram truck at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. GoLanders.com, 2701 Benton Road, just south of I-220 underneath the 2,400 square foot American flag. And we'll be back right after this.
1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Every morning, the early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World. These guys are there morning, noon, and night, really, for everybody since 1973. Whenever you've had an athletic gear need, you've always been able to count on Sports World. every single time. Helmets, cleats, starters blocks, javelins, you name the sport, they've been able to come through for you, and they continue to do so. Locally owned and operated Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell Chocolate Lava Cake is a mountainous eruption of flavor. Classic vanilla ice cream loaded with rich chocolate cake pieces, rivers of chocolate sundae sauce, chunks of dark chocolate, and a deep fudge swirl. Prepare yourself for an earth-shaking experience.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
When you text the old Tim Fletcher Show, buddy, you're using the Live Oak Waste text line. Roy Walters' crew is ready to make sure you don't ever have to worry again about your trash. Whether it's at a business, a restaurant, retail center, apartment complex, you shouldn't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak, man. 230-7125, liveoak-environmental.com, liveoak-environmental.com, 230-7125. Don't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Good morning, everybody. It's 6:31 and time for an LSU update. Brought to you by Xmark Strength Equipment. The letter X, M-A-R-K, fitness.com. I like that sound effect you did, Raj. The letter X, markfitness.com. Xmark Strength Equipment located at 7144 West Park Road, right over yonder in the 71129 zip code, bringing you this LSU update. So Lane Kiffin, Trades Green, linebackers TJ Daugherty and Whit Weeks, all going to be on at SEC Media Days today, 8 o'clock. Kiffin will be asked about Pete Golding. He'll be asked about being called the Adonis of college football coaches by Kirby Smart. He'll be asked about Josh Heupel saying that Tennessee fans are stocking up on golf balls and mustard bottles. He'll be asked about John Sumrall being envious of Lane Kiffin being able to get his other job started while the team he used to coach was in the playoffs, while Sumrall stuck with Tulane for the playoff before taking the Florida gig. In other words, they could almost do the entire session asking him questions about things that other coaches have said about him this week. And how do you like Tampa? Coach, do you like being the coach of LSU? And at some point, he'll be asked some questions about his LSU football team, I would assume. You know, and don't forget that Kiffin was rumored to be heavily involved in the Florida coaching search, remember? Because that's where his wife, I believe, or ex-wife, graduated from. And that's in the high school she went to or something. Like his son could have gone to the high school that his mom went to or whatever. And there was some other tie to Florida for him. I can't remember what it was. It might have been the Spurrier thing. Like he's a big fan of Spurrier. I can't remember. But anyway, he chose LSU, and Florida ends up going with John Sumrall. And Sumrall said that they stayed in touch during that entire process while Sumrall was getting Tulane ready for the playoff while taking the Florida gig, while Kiffin was leaving Ole Miss and taking the LSU gig. He said, Lane said, we're going through the same thing. I said, no, we're not. You're leaving an SEC school. I'm leaving Tulane. If any university said I couldn't coach in the playoff, I don't think I would have taken the job. Another difference, of course, from Scott over at DandyDon.com is that Tulane allowed Summerall to continue coaching through the playoff, and LSU would have been fine with Kiffin doing the same, but Ole Miss wasn't for it, according to Kiffin. So there we go. We'll talk more about what Pete Golding had to say about him a little bit later on, but Lane Kiffin and company, about 90 minutes from now, will be the featured first team out at SEC Media Days' final day of SEC Media Days in Tampa today, with LSU, followed by also Rans, Arkansas, and Mississippi State, and then closing with a bang with Steve Sarkisian and Arch Manning and company with Texas. And that's your LSU update, brought to you by X Mark Strength Equipment. The letter X, Mark Strength. Wait, sound effects kind of threw me there, Raj. The letter X, markfitness.com. X Mark Strength Equipment, located at 7144 West Park Road. They will be opening their doors in less than 45 minutes. You can check out the 100,000 square feet of fitness and strength training equipment available right there in store. You can also peruse the website at the letter X, markfitness.com. Hambone and I will be back with more of the Early Rise, our portion of our show brought to you by Sports World. Shout out to our buddies over at Bobby L. Green Plumbing. I saw during my walk yesterday, in addition to a young lady being arrested and 3 vultures following me, I saw a Bobby L. Green van on the road, and I saw a Bobby L. Green work truck, like one of those, like big Chevys with the stuff on the sides, the toolboxes that are on the sides and stuff. I was like, hey, look at that. I didn't know they had a truck like that. But it was Bobby L. Green. It had the green painting on it just like that. Oh, I never thought about that. That they use green as their main color for their logo because Bobby L. Green. But you add an E to the green for the plumbing, not the color. Bobby L. Green Plumbing Team, the plumbing team I like best. 318-631-0235. Family owned and operated, has been for 3 generations now, with Justin and Michael taking the reins from Ricky, who, of course, took it over after Bobby got the whole thing started. 318-631-0235. You call Bobby L. Green Plumbing Team, your plumbing problem goes down the drain. Hambone and I will be back with more of the Early Riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World, right after these words. Every morning, the Early Riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World. These guys are there morning, noon, and night, really, for everybody since 1973. Whenever you've had an athletic gear need, you've always been able to count on Sports World. Every single time. Helmets, cleats, starters blocks, javelins, you name the sport, they've been able to come through for you, and they continue to do so. Locally owned and operated Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
If you've got a family event coming up soon, that means someone has to plan a meal. Make sure that meal includes a honey-baked ham. Everyone will be fat and happy after eating their share of honey-baked ham. But they're more than just a ham store. They have a great deli as well. Soups, salads, and a lunch special of a ham or turkey sandwich, a cookie, and a drink for less than $12. Honey Baked Hams, 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more and to see their great menu selections, go to myhoneybakestore.com.
Your frozen concoction station is Daiquiri Express. 7 locations, all locally owned and operated. All locally owned and operated by the Johnson family. You'll find them in Shreveport with 4 locations, 1 in Minden, 1 in Blanchard across from Walmart, and in Bossier, north of Wimple Road, across from Golf Cars of Louisiana on Airline Drive. What a great way to unwind this evening when you get home. Stop by Daiquiri Express, get that frozen concoction, and forget your troubles. Spell Brothers Lumber, our Tech Tuesday sponsor, has done some nice work for you there. Robert J. Wright, radio legend. They've installed a door and 6 windows, Robert. You love these guys.
Over a year ago, new windows and a new front door. Been through all 4 seasons, winter and summer, both. Winter and summer, substantial, especially in winter, substantial energy savings. And I may not have mentioned last time, big deal, big tax break on that installation also. SpellBrosLumber.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Hey now, welcome back everybody. 6:39 the time. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers, Hambone Hampton. Early riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Our show also is brought to you by Rejuvame Medical. That's REJUVIME medical.com. What? Rejuvame Medical? Are you talking about the place inside Piermont Mall? Why, yes, that's exactly where I'm talking about. Dude, I hear they do great work. Oh, you are so correct. Check it out yourself. If you're feeling a little light in the energy department there, fellas, it could be low T. There is no reason in the world why fellas should have to struggle with that kind of stuff, you know? If you don't have the energy to be the dad you want to be, the husband you want to be, the employee or the business owner that you want to be, the brother, the indoor soccer player, whatever it is that you're doing that requires energy and focus, and it seems to be kind of waning, it could literally be low T, and it is so correctable. Get in touch with the fine folks over at Rejuvame Medical. That's RejuvameMedical.com, 4801 Line Avenue, inside Piermont Mall, Suite 8, 318-408-4080, 318-408-4080. Raj, Pete Golding yesterday was asked, how did you keep Trinidad Chambliss, star quarterback for Ole Miss, and star running back Kawan Lacey from following Kiffin to Baton Rouge? Did you hear his answer, Raj? Yeah. He said, I told them, Google Lane Kiffin, the dude that they would have built a statue of here 3 days ago. Google his name right now. They wouldn't piss on him if he's on fire. And so they're going to do the same thing to y'all two if you do that. And that worked. They didn't want to be peed on, I guess, if they were ever caught on fire. He made his point that, oh, they love you here, but as soon as you turn your back on them, you'll be public enemy number one. And Golding also said that he told a group of Ole Miss boosters not too long ago, he goes, look, in 2021, if you had been told, hey, 4 years from now, in 2025, you're going to be 11-1 and in the college football playoff, but you're going to lose your coach before you start the playoff. Would you take it? And he goes, and damn near every one of them would have taken it. They know they would have. He said, so let's give it a rest. You know? So Golding has done a pretty good job of trying to say, look, Lane and I are fine. He said they text every day. He goes, we don't text about everything because there's some things we won't text about. You know, hey, what offense are you going to run when you come up here? What would be, if you were going to script 15 plays to start off the game against us, what do you think those would be? But I'm sure they text about their families and just the profession and things that go on and things that friends do. So there is zero hate from Pete Golding towards Lane Kiffin. As much as people wanted there to be, there appears to be a pretty cordial, affable, genial relationship between these two guys.
And that kind of seems to be the theme with all the coaches.
Right.
Because they're trying to make something out of something with every one of them,
right.
And they're all just kind of poking fun.
Right. And like Kirby Smart saying that he's the Adonis because he does hot yoga and has, worked out and all that good stuff. I get it.
I don't really think we feel that Heupel is endorsing throwing glass mustard bottles.
No. I don't,
or golf balls.
And Cobble even said that Heupel later said he was joking, obviously, about people stocking up on golf balls and mustard bottles. Granted, plastic mustard bottles, but you still don't want to have that hit you from 27 rows up in Neyland Stadium.
That's right.
Because the last time he was there, he did get hit by a golf ball in the leg. Was it a Titleist? Get a mulligan. He's an immovable lie.
See, they're in Tennessee, so it was probably a pro staff.
Probably a pro staff. Yeah.
Knockoff ball.
Yeah, probably a Kirkland's. Probably a range ball that somebody had stolen off the course. Makes no difference. Yeah, I know they go about 50 yards shorter than every other ball, but it's like hitting a river rock on a tee. But yeah, it's free. 6:44 the time, the early riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Thanks as well to our buddies over at Sports Cards of Louisiana. Stopped by there yesterday, visited with Joey just briefly because it was a big release day for Topps Chrome yesterday. And, buddy, I got there and I got a couple of boxes, and it was just about gone. People came in and wiped them almost out of their Topps Chrome. They do have a ton of blaster boxes, though. And those blaster boxes are pretty fun. They're $45 a piece, and I think you get 4 packs of like 7 cards each or whatever, and they all have interesting things that the blaster boxes have, things that the hobby boxes and jumbo boxes don't have. So if you are in the market for 2026 Topps Chrome, that's the flagship. That's the, it's the best looking card and most traditional card that Topps puts out as far as their midsummer, because it does feature players on their new teams like Kyle Tucker with the Dodgers, for instance. It's a good stuff. It's a good stuff. A Mafia staff card, keeping your hands off. Our local card shop, Joey and Sarah, Sports Cards of Louisiana. They've got a ton of Goodwin Champions Upper Deck cards that are really fun and funky. You'll find the AT&T girl in these cards. There's Lamine Yamal in these cards. There's also a pack of cards with a Michael Jordan autograph somewhere in a Goodwin box or a Goodwin Champions box from Upper Deck. And who knows, maybe it's in one of those boxes still on the shelves at Sports Cards of Louisiana, 3000 North Market Street, just north of I-220 in the Brookshire Shopping Center. Go by and see Joey and Sarah today. Thank goodness we've got a really, really nice local card shop that is a PSA submission store. They're a Topps Direct store, a Topps MVP store. A lot of fun stuff going on with Joey and Sarah at Sports Cards of Louisiana. We'll be back right after this.
The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
In Louisiana, we know how important it is to have information you can count on. AM radio keeps us connected to emergency alerts, local news, and community voices. Congress is poised to pass the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act, and Louisianans are represented by powerful members of Congress. Speaker Mike Johnson and Leader Steve Scalise. They have the power to bring this bill to a vote. We're counting on Louisiana leadership. Text AM to 39179 and ask House leadership to bring this bill to the floor.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog! Customize! Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Traffic brought to you by Jack Spring Electric. Online at jackspringelectric.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Roger Sambone Hampton, 648 The Time. 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport Bossier, 1420 The Goat in lovely Lafayette. Our little radio show is also brought to you by the wonderful human beings over at Walk On Sports Bistro. They've got a cool deal going on for fantasy football drafts, by the way. Yeah. If you want to have your fantasy football draft at Walk-Ons in this country, we have our fantasy football drafts at Walk-Ons. And they've got sweet deals going on right now for all folks who want to have their fantasy draft at Walk-Ons. First of all, if you are the commissioner, how about a little $25 gift card for the effort? Yeah. They don't mind. And then, how about getting loaded up on all kind of scrumptious stuff? A $99.99 fantasy Bumble's Bounce. A $99.99 fantasy bundle includes 50 boneless wings, 48 ounces of chips and queso, and 2 pitchers of Bud Light. Why not? 50 boneless wings, 48 ounces of chips and queso, and 2 pitchers of Bud Light, all for $99.99 at the Good Call Commish Fantasy Draft at Walk-Ons. Bossier, Airline Drive, north of 220, Shreveport, on Uri, south of 70th. Raj, there's other stuff going on in the world of sports, obviously. In the world of baseball last night, the Boston Red Sox tied a franchise record with their 15th consecutive win. Had a chance in the second game of a doubleheader with the Orioles to set a new franchise record with a 16th straight win, which would eclipse the mark set by the 1946 Boston Red Sox that featured a cat named Ted Williams. Instead, the Orioles roughed them up pretty good, 5-1. Winning streak ends at 15. Still extremely impressive, Raj. It's one of the longest winning streaks in, how long? 20 years? 15 years? Very impressive. There was also, kind of lost in the shuffle of things yesterday, Salvador Perez tied George Brett for the all-time franchise leader for the Royals with his 313th home run, I believe. So there you go. Who's the all-time better? When you think of the Kansas City Royals, do you think George Brett or Salvi Perez? Yeah. Yeah, Boston Red Sox 15 straight wins is only the 17th winning streak of 15 or more in the last century and the longest since St. Louis won 17 in a row in 2021. Back on June 24th, this is from Jeff Passan, Boston had the worst record in the American League at 32-46. Currently, the Sox have the 5th best record at 52-48. Winning streaks will do that for you, man. And your Houston Astros finish off a sweep of the Marlins. Roger, whatever Jeremy Pena is eating, I hope he keeps on eating it. Whatever socks he's wearing, whatever jockey's wearing, whatever eye black he's putting on, keep doing it. He homered for the 3rd straight game. He also was on base, I believe, for Jordan's home run. His 34th, right, Roger? Yes. League leading, major league leading now, I think. Yes. 34th home run, and the next batter, Itzhak Paredes, also went yard. And they got 4 pitchers that kind of just did enough. 6 or 7 hits, 2 runs. We'll take care of the rest. They get a 5-2 win. They sweep the Marlins. And the Rangers lose, so they move a game closer to Texas. Texas still has a half-game lead over Seattle, but they know their neighbors to the south, they coming, and they ain't backing down. White Sox got the best of the Rangers yesterday. Chase Midroth had 4 hits, knocked in 2 runs. Former Razorback Andrew Benintendi had 2 runs knocked in for the White Sox as well. Rangers are a game below 500 and a half game in first. Welcome to baseball in 2026. You don't have to be great. As long as you're better than the 4 others in your division, you're A-OK. just doesn't matter. I love it. And a very limited schedule today of baseball. I guess All-Star Week, they're pooped. They're tired. We got a Padres-Braves game at 11:15, so that's going to be on at Walk-Ons and Fuzzies. Twins-Guardians at noon. Rays-Jays at 2. Diamondbacks-Cardinals at 4:15, and then the nightcap today is the Royals-Tigers at 5:40. So very limited action. No AL West teams in action today, so the standings will remain identical to how they are today. So what are we at, about 92, 93 games? Once you get to that 100th game, Raj, that's when it becomes quite they're right at that 100th game, and that's when the pennant races really begin. Because trade deadline's going to be right here, and so let's see. Astros have played. Oh, they've already played 104 games. So it's already past that. So about the 110 game mark, with 50 games to go or so, teams will have their final rosters except for September call-ups. And there are teams now that are kind of in the confused of, like, what do we do? The Detroit Tigers find themselves in a little bit of a pickle. They picked up a win last night over the Cubs, take the series from the Cubbies, and now Detroit, who has the most valuable commodity on the trade market in back-to-back Cy Young winner Tariq Skubal, they're 6.5 games out of first place. And they are 4.5 games out of the wild card. So do you want people to keep coming to games in Detroit? Do you want this team to kind of keep going?
This goes back to what I said. This is when the ownership and management shows where they're headed.
Yeah. When we've seen this happen before. The Reds a couple of 3 years ago were 2.5 games out and had a fire sale at the trade deadline. And I thought, wow. And they haven't been back since. And so I don't know if that's, there's your warning, or is that more of like, it just happens? Because the Tigers are going to either have to trade Tariq Skubal and kind of forget being in the postseason this year, more than likely, but receive a king's ransom in return, or they keep Skubal, try to make a playoff run, and hopefully ride lightning all the way to a World Series title, or at least a playoff run, and then when the season's over, they say bye-bye to a back-to-back and maybe back-to-back-to-back Cy Young winner in Tariq Skubal, because it doesn't sound like there's any intention whatsoever of him re-signing with the Tigers. And the Tigers are not going to give him the money that he can find elsewhere. So what do, Raj, if you're the Tigers? I think I trade him.
And again, that's when we'll find out what the owner and the management think.
Right.
We've said this all along. At the trade deadline, is the teams that are all still in it, they let you know, we don't want to invest in the next half of the season.
Right.
So it's
there are several teams.
A lot of teams are in that same quandary.
As far as like teams that are within 6.5 games of a playoff spot. In addition to the division leaders, you've got in the American League, Toronto, last year's World Series runner-up. Detroit, Houston, Minnesota, Baltimore, Seattle are all in pursuit of playoff spots. Seattle's 2 games back. Toronto 6.5. Everyone else in between that. Boston's already in as a wild card right now. Cleveland is in as a wild card, and the Yankees are in as a wild card. In the National League, buddy, everybody except for the Mets, Giants, and Rockies are in the playoff hunt. The Reds are 5.5 back. Padres 3, Washington and Miami 1.5 games, Pittsburgh and St. Louis 0.5 game. Arizona has the wild card spot, the third one. Philadelphia has a 2.5 game lead over Arizona, and the Cubs have a 4 game lead over Arizona for the top wild card spot, in addition to the division leaders. So, Raj, there's the A's, the Royals, the Angels, the Rockies, the Giants, and the Mets are the only 6 teams that are really out of this thing. And of that, you got to look at the Royals as, okay, former Parkway Panther, centenary gent Seth Lugo, trade bait. Michael Wacha, trade bait. The Angels is Do they get rid of Mike Trout? Does Mike Trout go to a contender and say, look, I've been doing this. I'm finally kind of healthy. Yeah, I'd like to have seen Montana. One trade only. Or do I just keep living in Southern California, making bukus of money, and I'll come back up for one more stab with the Angels next year? I don't know. The Mets are a disaster. Tony Vitello got tossed yesterday, and it's becoming so – it was a horrible call. They were playing the Royals. Just a terrible call win against the Giants. Dumb. Like the Dwayne Kuiper and, another former player about the same era, pitcher. Anywho, play-by-play and color guy for the Giants. I was going to probably show it right here. Well, they're showing Salvi. But they accused, I think it was Heliot Ramos, of the Giants of pushing Pasquantino or somebody off the bag on an attempted double, but he didn't ever touch him. I mean, he never literally touched him. But they said, no, you pushed him off the bag, even though you tagged him and he fell off the bag. Runner safe at second. And Ramos said, I didn't touch him. And the announcers are saying, if Tony Vitello doesn't get out there and say something, said he needs to be ejected for this. He needs to make his case here. And they said, why is he not ejected yet? Why is he not in the face? They were like calling out their manager for not going out there and giving an earful to the umpire because it was such a horrible call. And if Vitello just kind of kept his cool, was like, I don't understand, and turned around, was walking back to the dugout and got tossed while he was walking back to the dugout. And that's when he said, what did I say? I didn't do anything to be tossed out or whatever. And so it's one of those things, again, you kind of try to read between the lines, and the Giants are having a miserable season. They're 18 games under 500. They had the whole Rafael Devers situation where I'm not coming out. Vitello has never been welcome there because he's not a Major League Baseball guy. He came from Tennessee volunteer college ranks. It just feels like a one-and-done experiment almost. Because the way that the broadcast crew was just like, you could tell that as old baseball guys, they were ticked off that he should have Earl Weavered the umpires and should have been nose-to-nose with them, ripping into him to get his team to back your team, to show that you care that your guys got absolutely hosed. And he didn't do it. So it was just a weird deal. And then the Rockies are always going to be the Rockies allegedly, but I don't know. They got a lot of young talent. But they've got so much young talent, especially at Hunter Goodman at catcher, that there are some teams, including the Yankees, that need a catcher really, really badly. And it's almost a shame that they're going to probably come in and pluck a couple of those fellas. Cocky texts in. I like winning. It's like better than losing. Mm-hmm. He also had texted in about the he shows Gilligan, a picture of Gilligan back when he was with the Headhunters. This was back on July 7th. But it's still fun to see a picture of Gilligan dressed as either as the prince, because he had the bamboo crown. I can't remember if that was when he was kind of royalty or if he was the headhunter. Alarm clock says, how about those Dodgers took 2 out of 3 from the Phillies? Again, the Dodgers are supposed to take 2 of 3 from the Phillies. They're supposed to win 2 of 3 every series. Look at their payroll. When they don't win a series, that's a problem. I can't convince you, Alarm Clock, to root for a more American team that's built through American ingenuity and pluck and farm systems as opposed to the shiny, happy Dodgers that just pay for whatever they want. They are the Kardashians of baseball, the Dodgers. But we love you, Alarm Clock. Don't get me wrong. 7:03 the time. We have wrapped up the early riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World. A reminder for you, in about an hour from now, we'll be visiting with Stromile Swift as part of our Morris and Dewett Injury Lawyers Athlete of the Week Rewind. The Stro Show was quite a show. Maybe one of the NBA's top 10 dunkers of all time, Stromile Swift. We'll talk about everything that had to do with his time at Fair Park, LSU, draft night, being in the NBA, playing against some of the guys that he played against, what he's been up to since the NBA, playing in China for one season. That had to be weird. So all kind of fun stuff coming your way with Stromile Swift here in just about an hour. Thanks to Sports World. Our early riser portion of the show, where they have football helmets for $179.99. But if you order 15 or more, you start getting a quantity discount. And don't we all like the quantity discount? Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform professionals since 1973. And we'll be back with an SEC update right after this. Every morning, the early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World. These guys are there morning, noon, and night, really, for everybody since 1973. Whenever you've had an athletic gear need, you've always been able to count on Sports World. Every single time. Helmets, cleats, starters blocks, javelins, you name the sport, they've been able to come through for you, and they continue to do so. Locally owned and operated, Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132.
When a drain slows down, it usually doesn't fix itself, and ignoring it just makes things worse. Bobby O'Green has taken care of local families for generations, and we handle plumbing problems the right way. Right now at Bobby O'Green, drain cleaning is just $99 and includes a free video inspection, so you can know exactly what's going on. Restrictions apply. Call for details. One call, one trusted team. Bobby O'Green Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Schedule today at greenplumbing.com.
Call 318-545-6535.
Exmark Strength and Equipment is Louisiana. How much so? They are sponsoring our LSU update every hour at the bottom of the hour. Brought to you by Exmark Strength Equipment. You'll find them on the web at xmarkfitness.com. That's the letter X, markfitness.com. Check them out, their showroom and warehouse at 7144 West Park Road. If you need fitness equipment, you need Exmark Strength Equipment.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.
Hey now, welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. Ha, 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 ha. That's my Gus Johnson. Rogers, Hampton. On fire. So, the cleanup hour of our little radio show is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. They open their doors in 52 minutes with breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos. Come on, get you some. Time now for an SEC update. It's brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your financial goals, because let's get down to brass tacks. What are you looking for? Full retirement, work optional lifestyle, whatever your goal is, Bo Harris Wealth Management can give you that trusted second opinion of just where you are and how far you've got to go to get there. It may not be as wide of a gulf as you think. You know, if you're spending energy and time thinking about these things, then you have the energy and time to devote it to getting that plan together, finding out where you stand. Reach out to Bo and the Bo Harris Wealth Management team. Good group of people. Help you get this thing rolling. The SEC update is a paid advertisement from Bo Harris Wealth Management. So yesterday was Florida. Was Florida on the docket yesterday? They were, right? Yeah. Former Tulane coach John Sumrall, while he's up at the front, one of the photographer's phones goes off, rings. And he says, "You'd be kicked out of our team meeting. I swear you're lucky I'm not going to throw this freaking podium right now. That drives me crazy." You know, kind of ha-ha-ha. Former Indiana basketball coach and Georgia coach, Tom Crean, who I don't know what he's been doing since he got fired from Georgia. But he says, he posts the video and he tweets it here. And he says, he can't be serious on embarrassing that person. Do you think they meant for the phone to go off? Did it really need that performative reaction? At least you got laughs at that person's expense. They don't work for you or play for you. Their job is important to them too. And Sumrall tweeted back at him, "You're right, Tom. I wasn't serious. I was joking." And Tom Crean says, "You sold it well. I felt for the person whose phone went off, but I stand corrected and wish you the best." Look at that. We've got a potential kerfuffle already settled like adults. Isn't that nice? Tell you, I saw more than one LSU fan yesterday on Twitter say, "I hate to admit it, but I kind of like Pete Golding." I like Pete Golding. You know, ever since Nick Saban dropped the spit word on College Game Day, coaches are just like, "I'll say anything I want to. I don't care." If Coach Saban can say the spit word on national TV, I think I can say bull blank on SEC Network. One of the things that Golding also said yesterday about the Lane Kiffin situation, if he thinks that at some point will it ever die down, this back and forth between Ole Miss and LSU, he says, look, it's the ex, right? There's always going to be the history with the ex. Do you have an ex? You know, he's asking, are you married? Well, if you do get married and you have an ex, your wife knows about it, and it doesn't ever end. The ex is never dead. She's always going to get brought up. And so that's what Golding is saying about Lane Kiffin, is the ex that will always get brought up. Hey, he's moved on, and I'm married to Ole Miss now, but Ole Miss keeps bringing up, well, you see what Lane Kiffin was wearing today? He's a trollop. He's a nice lady. He was the bartender. Wasn't a dancer, it was a bartender. So Pete Golding saying that comparing Lane Kiffin to the ex or former girlfriend that the current girlfriend or wife keeps bringing up, because the ex kind of makes it hard to ignore. And that, my friends, is your SEC update. And it is brought to you by Bo Harris's team, Bo Harris Wealth Management. Good crew of people. They would love to give kind of a second set of eyes, in other words, to your financial and investment game plan to help you get to where you need to be financially. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, CIMA. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Get in touch with Bo at 318-670-3101. BoHarrisWM.com. 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. And we'll be back right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
We talk about Fuzzy's Taco Shop and their breakfast tacos, their breakfast burritos. They're so amazing, and they're available at 8 o'clock in the morning, but you know there's so much to love at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Look, man, if you're into chips and salsa, that's the place to go. You're in for a great margarita, that's the place to go. You want incredible enchiladas and nachos, that's the place to go. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas. Download the app, Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Rogers, your pops was Mr. Shreveport, right?
Yes, he was. First ever.
Big muscle-bound guy.
Yes, he was.
You like muscles?
I do.
I like my cars with muscle.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. They basically are the Mr. Shreveport Bossier of muscle cars.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, because they flex the Challenger and Chargers all the time. When you pull up next to one of those, it's almost like, is that Rogers Hampton Sr., like, embodied in a Challenger?
Especially the ones that were red, because he had red hair.
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram.
Embarrassed by ugly yellow toe fungus?
Living with toe fungus it's embarrassing. I was afraid to take my socks off. I hid my yellow and crumbly toes from everybody.
Introducing Crystal Flush. Crystal Flush is the only FDA-registered 2-in-1 home treatment that attacks your toe fungus from both the inside and out. Crystal Flush's new and different combination system knocks out toe fungus for good. Guaranteed.
Crystal Flush is different. After just a few weeks, my fungus was gone. I mean, 100% disappeared. Crystal Flush was the only thing that ever worked. So if you're skeptical because you tried a bunch of other stuff, Crystal Flush is different. This is a game changer.
Crystal Flush is now available without a prescription, but it is not available in stores. Get your risk-free supply today. Go to crystalflush.com. That's CRYSTAL flush.com. Stop being embarrassed by ugly yellow toenails. Go to crystalflush.com or call 800-204-4484.
103.3 FM and 11:30 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. The cleanup hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, where they've got happy afternoons for everybody. From 2 until 6, $2.50 regular tacos, $3.50 premium tacos, $1 off domestic draft, and $5 for house margaritas or Bahamas. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. Thanks as well to our buddies over at Northwestern State University. Going to have Coach McCorkle on tomorrow for our Forkum Friday guest, talking a little football. Football. Yo. Don't forget, you can go to DemonDreamHome.com right now and get, for $100, that buys you a ticket for the drawing for a beautiful, brand new, freshly constructed home in a very desirable neighborhood in Natchitoches, Louisiana. You can get as many tickets as you want, by the way, but $100 you get one. It's the Demon Dream Home giveaway. Go to DemonDreamHome.com. From Rhodes Properties and Development and Northwestern State University, DemonDreamHome.com. That's what I'm talking about. So, Raj, you keep thinking that we're going to run out of stuff to say, but it's not true. There's always something, Raj, and that includes the Netflix show Quarterback, documentary on 4 quarterbacks in the NFL last year: Jaden Daniels, Joe Flacco, Cam Ward, And crud, I forgot one yesterday. Now I forgot another one today. It's Flacco, Ward, Daniels. Raj, who's the other one? You haven't watched the show. Who is it? It's not May. It's not Allen. It's not any of those cats. It's not him. It's not Lamar. It's not Burrow. It's not him. 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 It's Cam Ward. Not Bo Nix. Not Herbert. Not that. Not Hurts. Not Dak. Jaden, I'm going through every stinking team here. Caleb. It's not Love. It's not any of the Vikings. It's not Goff. It's not Bryce. Oh, Baker Mayfield. Couple of things that I've noticed. And again, I highly recommend the show. I think it's really good. I think this is the third year they've done this, and I've enjoyed every one of them. Of course, I like quarterbacks. I love the whole aspect of everything that comes with the job. I don't know if you remember, Raj, but Joe Flacco was on the Cleveland Browns at the beginning of the year. Started, didn't play very well. And when they went to London to play the Vikings, I think, that's when they made the switch and said, hey, Dylan Gabriel's going to be the starter. And, of course, we all know that Dylan Gabriel gave way to Shedeur Sanders later. But also they traded Flacco. Like on the show, you get to see him calling his wife and saying, hey, we're not going to be in Cleveland anymore. We're Cincinnati bound. So he gets traded to Cincinnati and has to play like 4 days later. That's how bad Jake Browning is as the backup to Joe Burrow. That they brought in Joe Flacco, and on 4 days practice, they started him. But then in his second game, Raj, I completely forgot about this. It was a Thursday night game in Pittsburgh with Flacco at 40-plus years old against the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers, who was 47-plus years old. And it was such a really great football game. Back and forth, 5-6 lead changes. Both teams got into the 30s, and the Bengals actually picked up a win. Beat the Steelers in Pittsburgh in one of the better games of the season at that point. And Flacco looked pretty stinking good, but one of the couple of things that he says, he's mic'd up for everything. On one of his touchdown throws to Jamar Chase, Flacco throws a ball that has no business being called by any human being that's on the Cincinnati Bengals. It was well defended, and somebody probably should have been able to deflect it, knock it down, or maybe even pick it off. But instead, they were concentrating on just kind of wrapping up Jamar Chase before the ball got to him. No interference called, of course. Should have been. But he's Jamar Chase, so he has to put up with a lot of this stuff. He's being tackled, basically, and has one arm available and is able to kind of reach out and grab the pass and canoodle it right here and then fall into the end zone. And Flacco goes to the bench, and he's talking to Jake Browning. He's like, whoo-wee, did you see that? Did you see that? And Browning's like, yeah. He goes, he said, how good is that guy? And Browning's like, he does it all the time about Jamar Chase. He goes, unbelievable. He goes, that was a horrible pass. He goes, I didn't do anything. That was all him. He goes, how easy is this? And then later on, he had a touchdown pass to T. Higgins. He comes running off the field like, woohoo! I get it. I'm not in Cleveland anymore. I got T. Higgins and Jamar Chase to throw to. Oh, man. He was just like, it literally sounded like a kid who walks in on Christmas morning like, a PlayStation 5? What? Red Ryder BB gun? I'll wear any bunny suit for that. And I was like, holy cow. If a dude who has been in the league 20 years like he has can get that excited about the opportunity to play with some pass catchers like Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, imagine what Joe Burrow must feel like and how frustrating it is that he's battled injuries, that he knows that if he's healthy for all 5 of these years, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 6 years, geez, soon to be 7, that if he had been healthy this whole time, what could they have done? What numbers would he have been able to put up with those two dudes as his main pass catchers? Because it is literally wild to see how Jamar Chase turns bad passes into touchdowns. Another thing about it that you find out pretty quickly, and I know Hester hates him, But, buddy, I have a tough time, even though he plays for the despicable Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's always a Cleveland Brown to me. And he got arrested in, of course, the land of the Razorbacks. But I do love me some Baker Mayfield. That sucker is tough as nails. He is a spit talker extreme. At one point, Raj, some dude hits him late. I think it was with the Eagles, maybe, and says something to him. And Baker says something. They cut back to Baker on an interview. He goes, yeah. He said, I've been kind of holding on to that one. I learned that one watching Arian Foster one time in a game back in the day when Arian was with the Texans. Somebody tackled him, was talking smack to him, and Arian Foster said, hey, bro, turn around. Let me see you. I don't know who you are. Turn around. Let me see your name on the back of your jersey. Because I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. Turn around so I'll at least know what your name is. And so Mayfield did that to whoever was talking smack to him. He goes, hey, who are you, dude? He said, let me see your name. I don't know who you are. You know, you're nobody. Stop talking. And he will say it to anybody and everybody. Tristan Wirfs, one of the best offensive linemen in the league, right? He's one of those cats that if he's healthy, the Bucs are in a much better spot. It's almost like if you had your choice over the last 3 or 4 years to have a healthy Mike Evans or a healthy Tristan Wirfs, I think Bucs fans and Baker Mayfield would have said, oh, I think I'd rather have a healthy offensive tackle because he's something else. But he got whipped on one play. And there's a play that I guarantee you remember where last year Mayfield goes back to pass. It was a road game. Swarmed by the defense. Somehow or another snuck out of it. He was not supposed to play because he has like shoulder and ankle and knee problems. He sneaks out of the pack, fakes a throw, and then takes off running and makes like 17 yards, and they needed 16 and a half to get a first down. He makes the dive for it at the end and gets up and does a dance and starts cursing at everybody. And all the offensive linemen are coming in, way to go, boy, way to go, boy. And they go back to Tristan Wirfs in the film room of Tampa Bay. He goes, yeah. He said, I'm kind of glad we had Baker on that one. He said, because I could have got him killed. You know, I'm like, oh, I've just got whipped. He goes, I just absolutely got whipped. And he goes, I'm thinking to myself, oh, sorry, Baker. This was on me. Next thing you know, he's out of there and running. He goes, that's Baker. He goes, that's why we love him. And that's why they do. You know, and the same thing, Jaden Daniels. You find out how competitive all these guys are. Cam Ward he's got some things to learn. You know, he's got to his coach gets fired 5 games into his season. You know, they fired Callahan when they were, 1-4, I think. And so he had to deal with that. He said he was telling his girlfriend when they were having breakfast, she goes, yeah. I said, was that wild about Coach Callahan? He goes, yeah. He goes, I was just walking down the hallway, and all of a sudden he kind of walks around there, and I'm like, what are you doing here? He goes, wait a minute. Did you just get fired? And he says, yep. He goes, good luck. He goes, thanks, Coach. And he goes, that was it. He kind of walked on. And she goes, man, that's cold. He goes, yeah, it is. He said, you know, kind of let you know it's what the league is about, though. The guy that drafts you and thinks you're going to be the quarterback for him, maybe save his job, just sees you in the hallway and says, good luck. I've been fired. Here I go. You go through the Jaden Daniels injury situations, and you see that elbow. And again, and I think it might have been Mike Golick who was doing like the radio call perhaps. The Commanders, if you remember in that game, Rogers, where he got lost for the season basically, they were down 31-10 or 33-10 with 4 minutes to play. There's no way he needed to go out there. He already had a hamstring injury and a knee injury, but they put him back out there, and whoever was doing the color analysis said, I don't know why you have Jaden Daniels out here said, if you're going to keep throwing the ball, why don't you just put your backup in? There's no reason to have Jaden Daniels out here because there's a chance he's going to get hurt in a game that's already decided. And sure enough, he takes off on a scramble, gets tackled, lands awkwardly in his left elbow, and it was horrible. It goes the wrong way. And you could hear him, when they brought you in here, you were crying like And he's like, ah! And the trainer goes, it's okay, calm down, you're okay. And he's like, ah! I'm like, I don't think I'd be calming down either if my elbow was going that way. Like, wait a minute, my elbow is pointing toward me now. it goes in. I can now, instead of making a V, I can make like a half an M. It was ugly. But it is. It's a fascinating series. If you like that kind of stuff, if you're like a Hard Knocks kind of a guy, but this is less scripted than Hard Knocks, it feels like, because it's real video and audio from the games when these guys are just not treating people the way that you would treat in a greeting line after church, for instance. Their ministers would not be happy with the language being used here, Raj. They get after it pretty good. But I do love me some smack talk. By the way, Draco says he got his ticket for the Demon Dream Home, so way to go there, Draco. Nice job, man. Driver of the truck that is white says, yeah, I was Baker. I couldn't remember the other one. Man, those creamsicle uniforms, Raj, they are something else. And I saw where the Chargers are wearing their bright yellow uniforms when they're taking on Tampa Bay at L.A. So Tampa Bay will wear their whites with the creamsicle trim versus the bright yellow alt uniforms of the Chargers. So when that happens, make sure you know how to adjust your tint and color on your high-definition Wi-Fi stereo set. 7:30 the time. Cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. A great place to have your fantasy draft as well. Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Baseball aplenty today during the afternoon hours, especially during the happy afternoon from 2 to 6. $1 off domestic draft. You get $5 house margs and Bahama Mamas. $2.50 regular tacos, $3.50 premium tacos. That's from 2 to 6 every day at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Take the industrial exit off I-20 and head north and get Fuzzy at 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. Our show also is brought to you by the fine folks over at AccuTemp, 861-2255. And weather that we're having right now, buddy, nobody wants to have air conditioning problems. And certainly no one wants to be without air conditioning in a day like the day that we're going to have. If you're having even minor air conditioning trouble, it's not quite getting down to 70. It's like 71. Hey, if you set it for 70 and it's at 71, 72, something ain't right. You know, it's not blowing out as hard as it usually does, but it's okay. It's only 80 degrees in here. Sound like AccuTemp. An NBA veteran, number 2 overall pick, Stromile Swift. That's coming up in 28 minutes. Our little radio show will be back with an LSU update right after this. We talk about Fuzzy's Taco Shop and their breakfast tacos, their breakfast burritos. They're so amazing, and they're available at 8 o'clock in the morning, but you know there's so much to love at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Look, man, if you're into chips and salsa, that's the place to go. You're in for a great margarita, that's the place to go. You want incredible enchiladas and nachos, that's the place to go. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas. Download the app, Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Download the app. River City's Floors at 3910 Shed Road in Bossier City handles all your flooring needs. Hardwood, laminate, luxury vinyl, tile and stone, carpet. Plus, they can repair, restore, install, maintain, and if you've got a business, a large business, they can take care of your commercial service as well. They are River City's Floors, and they bring us our springtime coaches conversations. Kevin Bryan and Company at 3910 Shed Road in Bossier City, River City's Floors in Bossier.
Sports Cards Louisiana is Shreveport's only full-service sports card store. They carry products from Topps, Panini, Upper Deck, Wild Card, Warhammer, Bo Jackson Battle Arena, Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, and much more. They're an official PSA direct submission store and a Topps MVP buyback program store. Stop by and see them at 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178 in the Brookshire Shopping Center. Find more online by searching for Sports Cards Louisiana Shreveport.
GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamsburg. Thompson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team. The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Whoa! What's going on, guys? 7:34 the time. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hambone Hampton. We're down a man. Hester not here today, but that's okay. He'll be back tomorrow. He was at the Sounders Austin FC game last night. Did you watch the game, Raj? Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, I'm just scrolling through Pro Football Talk. I don't know if this is, what? Is Tom Brady laying the foundation for a presidential run? A reader mentioned it as a possible alternate to an apparent midlife crisis run amok with the whole slapping Logan Paul thing, yada, yada, yada. One of his former business partners believed that Brady had presidential aspirations because Brady and the former partner had a falling out, but because the former partner currently is in prison. Before the House of Cards known as FTX collapsed, founder Sam Bankman-Fried reportedly was trying to get Brady to run for the Republican nomination in 2024 against the current president. It supposedly went far enough to get Bankman-Fried to ask his team to conduct polling on the views of Americans regarding Brady as a presidential candidate. What? So stay tuned. Brady is creeping toward 50, and when he concludes that he'll never have the kind of cash needed to become the controlling owner of an NFL team, he most likely won't, Brady may decide to try to take control of the entire country instead. Rogers, would you vote for Tom Brady for president? No. If he was running against Stephen A. Smith? So you're a no-vote guy if it's that. Okay. Huh. Interesting. I thought you would have surely said Brady. Time now for an LSU update. And it is brought to you by X Mark Strength Equipment, the letter X, markfitness.com. X Mark Strength Equipment, located at 7144 West Park Road over here in Shreveport, Louisiana. Their doors are open already. If you want to go by and buy some dumbbells, you can. Just a couple of dumbbells is all you need. That's all I've got. Just a couple of dumbbells. Or you can get the Black Diamond weight bench. The Hurricane air bikes, which give you a full workout. Or you can get the full rack trainer or a half rack trainer and basically have a home gym inside your home or have your own gym inside your home. X Mark Strength Equipment. The letter X, markfitness.com. So, Lane hasn't started talking yet, right? No, he starts in 22 minutes. Will Campbell was over back in his hometown. Stopped by our buddy Aaron Dietrich's show with Jason Martin over in Fun Row. And he said that talked about how his performance in some of these games where he got beat pretty good. Said he took it in stride. He said it comes with the job, former LSU Tiger Will Campbell. You get paid a lot of money to perform at a high level, and when you don't, there are certain expectations, not just for me, but anybody. I wasn't the only one getting some words said about me on Twitter. When you walk into the locker room, you know it's your job to perform, and when you don't, people have questions, and you can't take it personally, even though I probably do. But it is just part of the job, and it's not the first time. That's the thing for me. I don't really care. It's happened to me ever since I started playing. People saying I can't do this. My junior high baseball coach said I was an average athlete and that he had heard all this whoop-de-whoop about me. I don't forget anything. Now, wait a minute. He says, I don't really care what people say about me. But then, I don't forget anything that people say about me. Doesn't that mean you do care about what people say about you? It's very confusing, but I get it. Hey, first of all, Will Campbell's a very nice guy, apparently. Came over here and did one of Colvin's card shows, if I remember right. And let's not forget that was his rookie year last year, too, right? 4th overall pick. Because I was as healthy as I was going to get if I wanted to play again on his late season return. He goes, it was the best it was going to get. It was something we had to deal with. If I was able to play, I was going to. So he has gotten his knee back, trying to strengthen it after having an injury last year with it. He's hired a chef. He's got a physical therapist. He says, he said, by the way I was raised and the place I played in high school and college, it was always about being a pro. Now, that's the one thing former LSU offensive line coach Brad Davis taught me. You want to be a pro, you have to do pro bleep. That's something I always think of. He talks about Drake May being one of his best friends on the team. He goes, I've been spoiled with quarterbacks to say the least in college and in the NFL. He's one of the best players in the NFL. To try to be able to block for him is an honor. I can't wait to see what he keeps doing. He mentioned Jaden Daniels. He goes, I tell the story all the time. When we beat Alabama my freshman year, we're in their huddle and going for 2. And he's just grinning like it's the opening series of the game. And you look around the huddle and everybody's like, come on, come on. And he's just staring up at the sky. That's what he does. I was super excited for him because he took so much heat for leaving Arizona State. And for him to end his college career the way he did was awesome. So nice job there. Jason has an article on it on the Ouachita Citizen at hannahpub.com with Will Campbell hanging out with Jake and our buddy Aaron Dietrich over on their show in Monroe. So cool stuff. Will Campbell, former LSU Tiger, someone to root for as well. Former Neville Tiger, getting ready for his second year with the New England Patriots. And that's your LSU update brought to you by Xmark Strength Equipment. The letter X, M-A-R-K, fitness.com. The letter X, M-A-R-K, fitness.com. Xmark Strength Equipment. When it comes to your strength and training equipment, nobody's got a better example of everything you need than what you will find at 7144 West Park Road. Xmark Strength Equipment. The letter X, M-A-R-K, fitness.com. By the way, Rod, the whole ESPN letting people go, firing them here and there and everywhere. It's a weird thing, and they've left so many or fired so many guys and women that were like, hey, those are good people, and kept so many blowhards. It's like, what is this network doing? But I will tell you, when they do these Make-A-Wish stories, My Wish stories, holy cow. There are still some things that ESPN does very, very well. They're doing one right now on the young lady who wanted to paint the checkerboard in the end zone for Tennessee football and meet the Tennessee Volunteers. I watched one this morning, Roger, before I came to work. Big mistake. Hey, I like the Padres, and I love me some Fernando Tatis. I think I just wish that he could just get it all together, because I really think he could be one of the best players in the league, and I do have probably 300 Fernando Tatis baseball cards of some shape, form, or fashion. But he always seemed like a pretty good dude, His dad was a really good baseball player, one of the best the Rangers have ever had, right? And some other teams even. And so he's had that to kind of live up to. Same thing, with Vlad Guerrero Jr. They both seem like pretty good dudes. But there's this girl who's got spina bifida out of New Mexico and she went to her brother's T-ball game, came back as a baseball fan, and then they were watching baseball, and she fell in love with the Padres and fell in love with Fernando Tatis, who's a handsome dude. So this 10, 12-year-old girl has this giant crush on Fernando Tatis, and that's her favorite baseball player. And, buddy, when they rolled into Petco Park and the entire San Diego Padres front office staff and every employee was lined the way and had posters when she walks up, and then she runs into Manny Machado, Raj, in the batting cage. And Manny's wonderful to her, signs up baseball for her. And so she's sitting out on the field waiting. She's going to throw out the first pitch. Cute kid. Her family's all there. And she's holding the Manny Machado baseball. And imagine this 12-year-old girl who's got a crush on this Major League Baseball player, and she's getting ready to meet him. She's got this horrible disease and has already had a kidney transplant, had a rough go. And all of a sudden, here comes Fernando Tatis. And I'm watching it, and the kid has the ball right here in her hands, the Manny Machado autograph ball. She just throws it. It's just, who knows where it lands. She gets so excited, she's like, ah! And the ball just goes, pew! I'm like, that's an autographed baseball from Manny Machado. Someone might want to go pick that up. But she was so excited, and Tatis was awesome. I mean, came over, gave her the hug and took pictures and signed everything for her, gave her a pink bat, signed her jersey. She signed a major league contract with the Padres that day, and I'm sitting there, and of course, they're bawling my eyes out, trying to pour my stinking coffee at 4:25 in the morning. I'm like, what is going on here? Damn you, ESPN. Holy cow. They give me every stinking time. I cannot watch one of these My Wish stories on ESPN and not go, oh, boy, getting dusty in here. I am such a sucker for sapness. And so ESPN is wrong for a lot of things. They have done a lot of things horribly wrong. They have ruined so much of what used to be so good. But every now and then, they still get it right. And if you get a chance to watch any of those My Wish stories, my goodness, faith in humanity can be restored a little bit at a time when you see people doing good things for folks that have been dealt a pretty rotten lot in life sometimes. 7:46 the time. We are 15 minutes away from the Stro Show. Raj, do you want to do the Stro Show? I guess you do. I thought I was going to be able to teach you, but no, you knew how to do it already. Is there nothing that I can teach you at all? The Cleanup Hour, brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open in just 13 minutes with breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos, and so much more. Our little radio show also coming at you courtesy of Chevyland. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com, bringing you Friday Football Frenzy. Oh, the frenzy. Danger Boys are now Danger Dad and Danger Engaged. That's dangerous. Friday Football Frenzy, powered by Chevyland, gets going on September 4th, the first of 12 consecutive Friday nights. We'll have a show from 7 until 10:30 on 101.7 FM, 710 Keel. It is the best high school sports radio show in the country, according to Robert J. Wright. He's a radio legend. He would know. And it has nothing to do with me, Hester, or Ruben, who do the show together. It has everything to do with our correspondents who are at the games and giving us the real deal, the real emotional aspect of either being the quarterback's dad, the coach's wife, the cheerleader sponsor, the athletic director. When your team does something great or bad, it's so much fun to have you on the radio show with us. Friday Football Frenzy, powered by Chevyland. And oh, by the way, we have 3 different segment sponsors available on Friday Football Frenzy. One of them is a biggie, and I just have not heard back from the people that had the opportunity to have this sponsorship last year. I've called, I've texted, they haven't returned my call. And so I am assuming that means that it is up for grabs. So if your business wants to be on Friday Football Frenzy and help support high school football and high school coaches and help honor these kids and keep that show rolling along, by all means, shoot me a text on the Live Oak Environmental text line. We'd love to visit with you and give you information on what we have in store for you with Friday Football Frenzy, powered by our friends over at Chevyland, family-owned and operated. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com. My next-door neighbor has a brand-new Tahoe from Chevyland. Literally, Roger, when I'm walking by yesterday, it's in the driveway. It's closed. The doors are closed. But it's got the paper tag on it, Chevyland, so I know. And he told me he was going to go by because he's friends with Jerry and Steve and all that. Rogers, when I'm 20 feet away from it, I could smell the new car smell. And so I just kind of slowed down as I walked past it, like, oh, my gosh. I think I could walk another mile now. The smell was intoxicating. The new car smell of a Tahoe from Chevyland is so amazing, you can smell it outside the car. That's how good Chevyland is. Their new car smell escapes the doors. Chevyland. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com, where they've got 0% financing right now with approved credit on Silverados for 60 months, or 2.9% financing for 72 plus 90 days with no payments. That's Chevyland, the number one Chevy dealership in the area and among the top 250 in the country. Jerry Montgomery, Steve Horn, and the entire crew of family-owned and operated Chevyland. We'll be back right after this.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The greatest shopping event of the summer is here. Macy's Black Friday and July sale is back, where you'll find 40 to 60% savings on all the hottest summer fashion and more. Don't wait. Get first dibs on everything you love about Black Friday shopping, from unbeatable sales across the store to curated styles for the season at lower than low prices. Head to Macy's now for a fun-filled holiday shopping adventure smack dab in the middle of summer. It's the can't miss sale of the month. Black Friday and July at Macy's. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
Looking for the perfect breakfast or lunch? Head to Gullo's Produce and Bakery. Enjoy breakfast Tuesday through Friday from 7 to 10 a.m., featuring fresh-made favorites and homemade bakery treats. Then stop by for lunch Monday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Relax on our beautiful new patio. Then save even more with Seize the Deal. Get a $25 Gullo's Produce and Bakery certificate for just $12.50, but only while supplies last. Visit Seize the Deal from Town Square Media and grab yours today.
That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I'm cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Hey now, 7:52 the time. Cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's at 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. Was I talking too fast, Raj? You know, I used to have that problem back when I was a kid, Raj. The teachers would tell me all the time I'm talking too fast. That I'm never going to be understood if I keep talking that fast. And so they asked me, you know, in driver's ed, what does yellow mean? And I said, slow down. And they said, Draco said, if you see a Keelan Russell card, grab it and I will pay you. If I see a Keelan Russell card, I'll burn it is what I'll do. I don't want no Alabama Crimson type thing. Patooey on Nimmy. Cleanup hour brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They open in 7 minutes. 7 minutes away from breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos. My gosh. Raj, do you know who the Los Angeles Dodgers all-time home run hitter is? Do you know that there is a Dodger last night who became the 5th most prolific Dodger home run hitter in their storied franchise history last night? Ron Say is 6th. Steve Garvey not on the top 6. Duke Snyder hit 389 home runs. Okay? That's a little before our time, Raj. As is second place Gil Hodges at 361. Eric Karros, whose kid, by the way, plays for the Colorado Rockies now, had 270. Roy Campanella, also before our time, 242. And now there is a new 5th place holder in most home runs in Dodgers history. As a Dodger, this isn't like home runs that you hit. So Shohei has more than this, but he had most of them with the Angels. Okay, so most home runs as a Dodger. Ron Say is 6th with 228, and this guy was tied with Ron Say for 5th last night before he hit a home run. Max Muncy has 229 home runs as a Los Angeles Dodger. Buddy, you could have given me the box score. And granted, if I'd have seen, Max Muncy hit a home run, then he must be the one that had the home run. But if you had just shown me a random box score from a Dodgers game, I'd have been like, golly, that's not the Oscar. It can't be Muncy. It's not Shohei, unless maybe he's only been there 3 years. It's not Kyle. I don't know. Is somebody that got sent down? I would not have guessed Max Muncy. I forget who we were talking about 2 days ago. Yeah. He's got 20 home runs this year. I thought that was pretty wow as well. So thanks as always to Sarah Langs, Slangs on Sports. She is the baseball savant who's just incredible. That's got ALS that still is providing so much wonderful baseball. If you're a baseball fan at all, if you're a nerd like me, or even as nerdy as Raj, and he didn't even get as nerdy as me, but if you're a nerd like me, Adam, or Puff, or Greg, you do yourself a favor and follow Sarah Langs on Twitter. She is so awesome. So many cool little baseball nuggets of information. Raj, did you see the, speaking of Hester, he was at the Sounders FC Austin game last night. Did you see the Inter Miami Chicago Fire FC soccer match last night? Inter Miami, is the team that Messi plays for. He's not playing for him right now, taking a little bit of a break. But it's the team that he plays for. They're trying to the ball's on their half of the floor, on the half of the field, and they're just trying to get the ball back to their goalkeeper so he can reset it and boot it down the field. They literally kick it toward him, and instead of him just bending down and catching it or falling down and grabbing it, because there's a player from Chicago 10 yards away, he tries to kick it, Raj. And have you ever played kickball, Rogers? I was a pretty fair athlete in high school, college, even for a while after that. As were you. Even I, Rogers, yes, even I, starting quarterback for the 1982 Monticello Billies, has swung and missed in kickball before, where you are trying like heck to, I'm going to kick it down third base line, and you're trying to roll. You kind of move over to the right a little bit, and you try to give it as big a kick as you can, and swing and a miss, fall on your ass, and the ball goes rolling back past home plate. That's happened to everybody. Well, that's what this guy did as the goalkeeper. He takes a gargantuan swing at it with his leg, completely whiffs, and it literally, he tries to kick it with his right foot, and you see the ball roll under his right foot, in front of his left foot, and into the goal. So he's credited with a goal against himself. Raj, for a long time, as a young teenager, I scored against myself. Playing baseball in the carport and basketball out 1-on-none, that kind of stuff, Raj. So I've known how to score against myself forever. This cat, Warren Sharp of Sharp Football Analysis, says, think butt fumble, but 10 times more embarrassing. Sickos Committee. Oh, no. Disaster. What a bad idea. Even the best of the best can do something that makes them look like complete buffoons. We have wrapped up the cleanup hour, Raj. We've done 2 hours of radio, and it feels like we've been here for 20 minutes. You know? Is Mike letting in Stromile? We come back. We've got our Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. The Brew Crew. Donnie, going to be a daddy again soon. Better keep selling some of them manufactured homes. Them kids ain't cheap, Raj. But you know what is inexpensive? A beautiful brand new home from Brewer Quality Homes. Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Rogers Hampton. Even Gus says you got to go to Brewer Quality Homes for your sweet, sassy deal. A 6-bedroom home, Raj. We could rent that sucker out. 6-bedroom, 3-bath home. The Bahama is your dream home. If you're looking for someplace where everybody gets a bedroom and just about everybody gets a bathroom. 6-bedroom, 3-bath home for $139,995 at Brewer Quality Homes. Yes, sir. That's all coming up in the Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. The SEC update on the way. And our Morrison Dewett Injury Lawyers Athlete of the Week Rewind with Stromile Swift. We'll be back right after this. The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy Hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City.
Dr. Jonathan Weiler here. The response has been incredible. So we're extending Signature Stack Week, but it won't last much longer. Rejuvenate Medical is making it easier than ever. Now through July 27th, peptide therapy and sexual wellness medications are buy one, get one half off. Don't miss out. Performance, recovery, vitality. Now's the time. Get more info at rejuvenemedical.com.
Hot water isn't usually something you think about until it's gone. When it is, you need someone you trust to fix it fast. Bobby L. Green has taken care of local families for generations. We handle plumbing, heating, and cooling. This month, save $400 on a tankless water heater or $250 on a traditional tank. Reliable hot water done right. One call, one trusted team. Bobby L. Green Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Schedule today at greenplumbing.com.
Call 318-545-6535.
Morrison Dewett Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
The Power Hour, the Tim Fletcher Show, is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Your home for LSU sports, a Town Square media station.
Hey now, welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers, Hembo, and Hampton. Bell's Revenge wants to know, Raj. Or says, good morning, fellas. Rogers, hope you're doing well. Are you? Tim, quick question. You have mentioned frequently your high school football career. Were there any college offers or interest? If so, maybe you can share the stories. Thanks. Y'all are doing a great job. We've talked about it a little bit. Yeah, we had a couple. UAM and SAU. UAM, University of Arkansas, Monticello. I remember Raj walking in the back of the church one Sunday, and that's when I found out that I could had an opportunity to go play basketball out there if I was going to go play football. And I was like, wait a minute, that sounds like a whole lot of work right there. I don't know. Wow. And then the lure of Northeast Louisiana University came calling, and that kind of set the precedent. And Rogers and I both kind of had a similar situation or similar thought process. I was a tackling dummy my sophomore year of high school, and it was no fun. I suffered 2 concussions before I even was a varsity football player, just from inter-squad scrimmage and practice, because I had got the crap knocked out of me. Wasn't so much that way in junior and senior year, but still. And there was that thought of like, oh, man, I'd love to play basketball. And then I was also could have run track out there at UAM. I was like, huh. Or we could just go to Northeast. Hold on, Raj. Hello? Good, Stro. You here? All right. I'll come let you in the front door, okay? All right, man. Yeah, we'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll have our SEC update with Stromile Swift and our Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers Athlete of the Week Rewind right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Brewer Quality Homes at 3830 East Texas in Bossier City is absolutely chock full of beautiful brand new homes right now to satisfy your family's needs. Look, man, if you're looking for a fantastic home that's got all the amenities that you're looking for around 60, 70, 80 bucks a square foot, there's one place to go. 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We all know that everything Donnie touches turns to sold. Check it out yourself. Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. So what if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years, guaranteed? Thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future, because now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats, finds and fixes issues before you will even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments. There are no hidden fees, and the best equipment is included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team. The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, guys, to the Fletcher Show. Rogers Hambone Hampton. It is a lovely Thursday, July 20-something, 23rd, I guess. Yeah, 23rd. We're in the Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, the Brew Crew, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. The home of Jessup Homes and Capco Homes. Capco Dealer of the Year. Jessup Dealer of the Year. Thanks as well to our buddies over at GBT, the great banking team when it comes to your banking needs. It's so cool having the good guys on your squad. 3400 Line Avenue, just south of Byrd High School, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way, East Texas, next to the Bellagio. They are GBT, and they are the great banking team where they still care about customer service. Raj, we typically have our SEC update, right now with Bo Harris Wealth Management. Of course, Bo would love, former LSU Tiger, like somebody else maybe in this room. Bo, of course, would love to have a cup of coffee with you and yours and talk about your financial game plan with his staff, his crew. They would love to have an opportunity to help you reach your retirement goals, your work optional lifestyle goals, whatever it is. Whatever your goal is, Bo Harris Wealth Management can give you a trusted second opinion of where you stand and how far the trip is going to be. Get in touch with Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris, WM.com, 318-670-3101. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner, CFP, certified investment management analyst, SEMA, securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors, Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN, member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservative Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Our SEC update basically is going to be talking to this guy. Joining us in studio, former Fair Park Indian, LSU Tiger, number 2 overall draft pick in the 2000 NBA draft, longtime NBA veteran, good dude. One of my favorite guys to cover back in the day, way back in the day. And actually, Daryl Rebouche said Fletcher has some of the best video, one of the best video shots of all time with the Stromile Swift dunk at Fair Park High School. Joining us in studio, it's Stromile Swift.
Oh, man, thank you for having me, man.
Dude, I am so happy to see you, Stro. I don't know, you probably don't remember some of these things, man, because, you know, you have had a few moments in your life. You know, you've done quite a few things out there. A previous wife and I were going to a movie one night. And we pulled up. It's like we would go to the 11 o'clock movie when I worked at Channel 3 because I'd get off work, we'd go there. And you were coming out of the theater, and you were parked right next to us, and you were walking around. I told my wife then, I was like, that's Stromile. And you went to a late movie, you said, because you can go to a late movie because you can sit and not block anybody and not have to worry about anything. Do you remember it? I mean, is that?
I remember that. I'm a movie guy, so when movies come out, like, it's hard for me to go and just sit down and just kind of, you know, enjoy it. So I'll go to the late movies, and sometimes I go by myself and I just sit there and just enjoy those late movies.
Buddy, it was back in the day at Fair Park with Coach Preston and your old running buddy as well that ended up at LSU as a wide receiver, and Reggie Robinson.
Yes, sir.
What was that like when you guys, because obviously you got to the state championship, I believe set a 5A state record for most points in a championship game. What were those days like just playing basketball for Fair Park, if you don't mind?
Man, very, very memorable.
That's all right.
Like I say, very memorable. I remember when I first got there, like we had this gym class, and it wasn't like a regular gym class. So when I got there, all I wanted to do was just play basketball. Like, I didn't want to lift weights. I didn't want to do any of that. And like, we had to lift weights, and it was a really strict program that we were on. Like, we had to lift weights, and we'd go outside and hop the hurdles and hop the field. And all I can remember is there were no B's, C's, or D's in this class. It was either A or F.
Oh, my.
So if you didn't put in the work, then you were going to fail gym. And I just remember when I first got there, I would just sneak out and go upstairs, and I just wanted to be in the gym. And they would always tell me that, man, you got to put in the work. You got to get stronger. And I was just like, man, the basketball don't weigh that much. So, man, I just remember just being on that team with Reggie. Man, he was the one that always pushed me to be more physical because I was a more finesse guy. Coach Prude and Coach Preston, like, those guys like really pushed me to become like the player that I became. And I just remember like just getting pushed around a lot my freshman, sophomore year. And once I started to take those workouts pretty much seriously now, like I'm in the weight room, I'm outside, like just taking everything seriously, and I started to get stronger, and I saw the results. And man, my junior year, I think that was one of my best years because I saw the growth, I saw the potential that everybody else was seeing before I did, and man, like, it was awesome. And I just remember me and Reggie having these competitions. Not who would score the most points, but it was like who was going to get the most rebounds. And if you lost, then you had to – I think back then Burger King Whoppers were like 99 cents. And we would make little bets like that on who would win the rebounding. But, man, I just – some of my most funnest moments came from Fair Park.
Reggie, for those that, have lost track or weren't around during those days, buddy, when it comes to athletes that could do just about anything he wanted to, that dude was so good at everything he tried.
Yeah, he was a man child. Like he was stronger than all of us. He was faster. He jumped higher. And I remember there's a crazy story when I got accepted to go to the ABCD camp. And I got there and I remember being so nervous and like just calling home, talking to Coach Prude and him just kind of encouraging me just to go out there and just play, because these were like some of the best guys in the country at the time, and at this time I hadn't really got a chance or opportunity to, to test my skill level against some of the best. I think the best person I had played against was Lester Earl.
Not bad. He's pretty good.
So, but
yeah.
I was a sophomore. I was probably like 16 years old. He was almost a grown man. So I was a little bit outmatched. But anyway, I go to this camp, and a lot of the guys are like, man, like how you run so fast, how you jump so high, and I'm looking at them like, man, y'all, you think I jump high? You think you should see my teammates back at home. But yeah, man, that was like Reggie was a man amongst boys on the football field and the basketball court.
Do you guys stay in contact still, or is
like
that
we still in contact? We talk on. We have a group message between some of our high school guys, and like we still pretty much stay in contact pretty much every day. Like we're on
that's awesome.
Group text, and we texting each other.
Well, give our best to him and your teammates, because Reggie was so much fun to cover, and I got to cover him when he was at LSU as well in football. But there were so many good athletes. Arnaz was such a great athlete.
Yes,
Michael Aubrey was a great athlete. Elena was a great athlete in that era. Reggie might have been the best one overall, though, of any of those guys back in those days.
Overall, he probably was, because he did everything.
Yeah,
he did everything,
and he did it really well. He could have played college basketball. I don't think there's any doubt he could have played college basketball.
Yeah, like we talk about that all the time. Like he was only about 6'2", but like he played like he was 6'8".
He was one of those guys that nowadays that do make it into the league that are 6'2", that, like you said, he can take it to the rack. I mean, I'm not saying he's Darius Acuff or whatever like that, but he was really, really good. Yeah. And one of the pieces of video that I told my TV group thread, my old buddies that we were all in TV together back in the day, I said, I've got you coming on. And Daryl Rabuche, who I was working with him at Channel 6 at the time, he goes, Channel 6 has one of the best pieces of video that Fletcher ever shot. And I don't know if you remember, Stro, at the Fair Park Gym, you could go get up in the bleachers. I'd shoot up at the bleachers and almost be eye level with the rim when I go cover your games, because you and Reggie would always be above the rim, and that just made a great shot. Yeah. And Brady was there. John Brady was there with his wife, recruiting you guys, recruiting you especially. And there was a play where Reggie had a fast break, and if I remember right, he either lobbed it off the board or lobbed it to you trailing, and you came out of nowhere. I've got the video, and somewhere on Channel 6 in their archives, it's there. You're just not in the frame, and all of a sudden you're in the frame, and your head is even with the rim, and you throw it back down, and the gym goes nuts. And I take the camera, and after you flushed it, I just luckily kind of remembered where Brady was, and I swung the camera over, and he had a sack of popcorn in his hand, and he was he leaned back and was laughing so hard he was slapping his wife like on the back, like whoa, and the popcorn was up in the air, and we were just talking about that, like he was like, I get to have this guy, what the heck? So what was that recruitment like for you? And after the ABCD camp, is that when it really started ramping up, or was it already ramping up before that?
I think that camp like solidified me, and it gave me the confidence, because when I came back home, I just had a different confidence about myself. Like I've just played against like the best talent supposedly in the country. I'm on the same team with Tracy McGrady, which when he got there, nobody really knew who he was. Like we actually played on the same team there, and he came in late, so he was like the last person that was accepted in the camp, and nobody knew who he was. So all the hype around the camp was about Lamar Odom, Ron Artest, guys, Deion Glover. Like these guys were all pros. Dick Vitale was there watching the games, and I just remember like sitting down in this like conference room, and Dick Vitale is talking to us, and he's just kind of going down the line of the guys that he actually knew at the time, which was the most high-profile guy there was Lamar Odom. I think he was maybe like the #1 player in the country at the time. And basically, like, he guaranteed, like, he knew Lamar Odom was going to the pros or whatever. And, like, nobody had seen McGrady yet. Like, nobody knew who I was at this point. And I remember, like, playing against those guys, and I had a great game, but, like, Tracy was unbelievable. Like, he came out and just put on a show, like, and he was like, man, like, I at this point, I had never seen a guy that was 6'8" that could handle the ball and could shoot it from that range. And I'm looking at him, I was like, man, I got a lot of work to do. So, man, I was able to kind of test my game to see where I was and what I needed to work on, and like just being able to go to something like that was unbelievable, and just the experience that I got. So when I came home, like, I just felt like I was like nobody else was on my level at the time.
What was the recruiting process like? And was there someone who LSU had to beat out for your services?
So, yes. I don't know if you remember, but I thought I was going to either Georgetown or Michigan.
I remember Georgetown, I think.
Like, Georgetown was my favorite. But at the time, LSU was on probation because of the Lester Earl deal or whatever. And so I just didn't think that, like, that would be possible. And at the same time, I was going through my deal with the ACT, just becoming eligible to qualify to go to college. And, man, Georgetown was – I didn't even have to go on a recruiting trip. If I never went on a recruiting trip, I just had this relationship with Coach Thompson. And, man, like, we just clicked from, like, the first day I met him. And my family was like, loved him. Like, he was just a great guy, and he seemed like he had my best interest. So I didn't even have to go on a recruiting trip. But going on this recruiting trip, I would encourage, like, every athlete to go on these recruiting trips, because for me, I was already sold on Georgetown, not knowing what the city was like, not knowing what the players and, like, what the team, like, the coaching staff. But when I got there, I remember, like, everything was beautiful. Everything was perfect. And my mom was with me, so they put my mom in a different room, and they put me in a classroom setting with, I don't know if this was one of the counselors or, like, the tutors or whatever. And I just remember just feeling so insulted. Like, it was just like, man, like, this lady is insulting my intelligence. Like, she was asking me, at the time, I'm young, I didn't really understand what was going on, but like, she had me in this classroom, and she was asking me, like, different questions, like if I knew the difference between a pair that you eat and a pair of shoes, or just, it was a lot of different stuff like that.
What the heck?
And I was just like, okay, like, I've shown you, like, that I know the difference between these words. And, like, she was like, do you know the difference between two, and two? And she would use them in a sentence and ask me if I knew the difference between them. And I was just like that turned me off so bad. Like, I'm telling you, like, I had Georgetown, like, jerseys, T-shirt. Like, I knew I was going to Georgetown.
A lot of kids at your era.
Yeah.
That's their dream school.
Like, I was wearing the Georgetown stuff to school. Like, that was that's where I was going. And after that recruiting trip, I was just like, I don't think I want to go here anymore. Like, I felt so insulted, but I didn't even, like, talk to Coach Thompson about it. And as I got older, I understood, like, what they were doing. They was just trying to see, like, where I was academically, like, just I guess, I don't know if it was an IQ test. I don't know what it was, but I was insulted, and I was just like, man. And I didn't tell him, and that little thing right there stopped me from going to Georgetown.
Wow.
So after Georgetown, Michigan was my second choice. And, like, just growing up watching the Fab Five, I was a big Chris Webber, Juwan Howard fan. So now I'm Michigan. Like, everything Michigan. Like, Georgetown is out the way. I'm going to Michigan. So I go there on my recruiting trip. Like, I forget, Tractor Trailer was one of my hosts.
Oh, wow. Wasn't that Rodney Tractor Trailer and everything?
Yeah,
Rodney?
Yeah. another Maurice Taylor,
Okay.
Lewis Bullock. Like those guys were my host, and I was just like, man, this is awesome. I've been watching these guys. Like I'm a big Michigan fan, and they take me to a football game, and Tom Brady is playing. Tom Brady's he's
Right,
in college,
yeah,
and,
yeah, that era.
What was the safety name?
Woodson.
Heisman.
Yeah, Charles Woodson, yeah.
Charles Woodson. So I got to hang out with those guys like after the game. So that was pretty cool. And I didn't know it got that cold in Michigan. So I was like, man, I love it. And at this point, like I think I'm going to Michigan.
All right.
And I think they end up getting in some trouble with the Chris Webber thing, and Coach Fisher ended up getting fired, and Brian Ellerby ended up taking over, which like that was my guy as well. Like so, I was like, man, I'm still going to Michigan, but I think they were under investigation. So now it's like, man, these are my top two schools. Like I don't know what I'm gonna do now, and LSU was just always just lingering around. Like they always just they stood by me. Even with the ACT stuff,
right?
And man, they always called and checked on me. And then they, the plan was me and Reggie was gonna go to school together, and like we were gonna be roommates. Wow. They kept in contact with all my coaches. Like man, it was with my family. Like sometimes it was a little bit illegal. Coach Pierre, like like he would kind of bend the rules a little bit, but he always made sure I was good. Like that's my guy. Like he always took care of me once I got to school. Like I always looked out for my mom. So like Coach Pierre was like he was very important part of getting me to come to LSU. But they stuck by me, and like I remember like everybody going off to college. I'm still at home, because I didn't want to sit out a year.
Okay.
I think it was called Prop 48 or something like that. Or like I would have been able to go, but I wouldn't have been able to play.
Right.
All I could do is practice. And I was just like, I don't want to do it. Like I'm gonna try this ACT one more time. And I just remember one of the local referees, reached out to Coach Preston. I don't know if you remember Ed Herring.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great guy.
Yeah.
Man, all he knew is just refereeing. Like he didn't know me, but he just saw a need. He saw somebody like in need, and like he helped me find a tutor. Him and his wife helped me find a tutor, and I had been getting tutors in math like just for the last couple of years, and I just remember so we're not going to focus on the math. Like, we're not going to focus on the science. We're going to focus on the English and the reading part, and we're going to make sure you score really high, and it's going to balance out the math and science.
Right.
So I had a strategy.
Okay.
And they really helped me, and I was able to I think I scored like a 21 or 22 on it the last time I took it. So now I become eligible to go to LSU, and then the rest is history.
And Ed Herron and his wife, of course, our buddy Chris, that's his parents.
Yeah.
Our buddy Taco Chris, who went to NLU and all that good stuff. So, wow, if it wasn't for Ed Herron and his wife, you would not have been at LSU, perhaps.
I probably would have had to sit out the rest of that whole year.
That is nuts. Do you remember John Brady's reaction when you let him know you were coming?
So I had committed before. So this is another crazy story. So Reggie, of course, he goes on his recruiting trip to LSU before me. So he comes back and he's telling me all the stories. Like, man, I'm going to LSU. Like, he knew right away once he got there, he knew he was going. So my recruiting trip hadn't came up yet. So I think I had 3 more trips left. So I went to Georgetown, Michigan, and then I had 3 more left. I think you used to get 5.
Okay.
So I go to LSU on the recruiting trip. My mom and my sister go with me. And I can't remember the date, but it's LSU football season going on. And LSU has to play against the number 1 team in the country. 1997 against Florida Gators. They were ranked number 1 in the country. And I know you remember me as a high school kid.
Right.
I was like really, really shy, just real conservative, like didn't talk a whole lot. And I just remember getting to this game, and I don't know what got into me. I was like, at the time, Michigan, like they had the biggest stadium. I think at the time, it may have been like 100 and some thousand people in one place. And I had never seen that many people. And I was like, man, this is awesome. But when I got to Tiger Stadium, and it may have been like 70,000 people at the time. And the game is so intense. So you got Booger McFarland, Kevin Falk, Herb Tyler. Like this, man, I'm sitting here watching this game, and it was close. It was back and forth the whole game, and LSU ended up winning, and everybody's going crazy. And everybody started rushing the field, and the next thing I know, I'm on the field. I'm on the field, and the next thing I knew, I was on the goalpost. I'm hanging on the goalpost, and I just I remember like looking for my mom. Like after all the commotion was over with, I go back looking for my mom. They then went back to the athletic building.
Yeah,
and my mom sees me. And she was like, boy, what the hell got into you? Like, she'd never seen me act like I had never experienced anything like
right.
it. And I just remember, like, man, I was saying to myself at the end of the night, I'm going to LSU. Like, I didn't tell them that, but I'm thinking to myself, like, that was, like, one of the, like, best feelings. Like, it just felt like home. And I just remember, like, yeah, I'm going to LSU. So I do this interview a couple of years ago with Matt Moscona from ESPN Radio in Baton Rouge. And I'm telling him this story, and he was like, "Man, we gotta go to the archives and see if we can find like footage from that."
Right.
So he goes, and he finds. I hope I can find this. I hope I can find this video or this picture. So Matt, I'm doing this show. So the next time because we were like covering LSU basketball at the time.
Right.
And man, they not downloaded. But Matt finds the picture, and I see, here he goes. Unbelievable. I was like, man, how'd you find that? Like, that's me hanging on the goalpost. 1997, LSU, Florida.
That's awesome. From WAMB's video. That's fantastic. There you go, Raj.
Oh, my God. I was like, man, I couldn't believe they found that. That was amazing.
I bet. What was that, 97?
97.
There's probably video of that on Channel 6 somewhere, or Channel 3 and 12 as well. Yeah. So that's wild. Stromile Swift, we're going to take a timeout. Can you hang out with a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Because we haven't even touched LSU and haven't even got to the NBA yet.
Yes, sir.
Fun stuff. We have got the Stro Show. Roger, I was telling him this morning, just for the heck of it, I was like, I typed in, a Google search for Stro Show. And it brings me to a website where you can buy that T-shirt right there.
I've been checking that out.
Yeah, he's got that T-shirt and one with LSU on it. And it's really, really, I was like, I'll be doggone. You can still there's a Stro Show T-shirt right there, buddy. Stromile Swift joining us for our Morris and Dewett Injury Lawyers Athlete of the Week Rewind. Stro, of course, was a standout Fair Park Indian, and one of the greatest high school basketball games I've ever seen a guy play was in the 4A state championship. 5A state against Salmon, wasn't it?
No, it was 5A, top 28.
Top 28.
Against Slidell.
Slidell, not Salmon.
And I don't know if you can get the stats or the video from that.
I looked it up not too long, like a couple of years ago. I remember looking it up.
We've been trying to find the stat sheet to this game because I don't think nobody's broken that record.
Wasn't it 52 points or something like that?
We had 47 turnovers in this game, and a lot of the players been trying to figure out like who had all those turnovers. But I think I scored like 40-some points, and I remember telling Coach Preston, like, man, just let me bring the ball up the court. Like the guys that they got guarding me, like they weren't pressing. The guys that they got guard me, like they can't guard me. Like we work on like ball handling all the time.
Right.
Like now's the time to finally let me like show the people like I can actually handle the ball and our guards had a little trouble bringing the ball up the court. But we talk about that all the time, and we try to find, like, nobody has.
Was that the 98?
98.
98. Okay. All right, I'm gonna work on that during the break. We got Stromile Swift here with us for our Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers Athlete of the Week Rewind. Tim Fletcher Show also brought to you by on a regular daily basis by our buddies over at Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive. Locally farm-raised beef, pork, chicken, eggs, dairy, honey, you name it. If it's come from a local farm, they pretty much have it at Sample Farms Place over at Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive, just off Line Avenue, next to Piermont Mall, across from the Gucci Brookshires on Line Avenue. Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive. Don't forget they also have the really cool lunch bar, the hot lunch bar, where you can go in there and grab you like a chicken parm patty melt or brisket quesadillas or whatever they have for a lunch special is going to be fantastic, including smash burgers and so much more. Chop Shop, 724 Azalea Drive in Shreveport. We'll return with more with Stromile Swift right after this. Brewer Quality Homes has been a part of the Tim Fletcher Show for many, many years, and it's one of the favorite things we do on the show is what hemisphere is Donnie Brewer in right now? Where do you think he is?
Where in the world is Donnie Brewer? I'm going to say Argentina.
That's not bad. I was thinking Peru, so we're kind of in the
South
same
America?
neighborhood. Yeah.
All right.
Probably some kind of a Peruvian blowfish type antelope that he's on a hunt for.
Did you just combine two animals?
No, but Donnie Brewer does.
Okay.
Because that's what he can do.
If anybody can, it's him.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Your frozen concoction station is Daiquiri Express. 7 locations, all locally owned and operated. All locally owned and operated by the Johnson family. You'll find them in Shreveport with 4 locations, 1 in Minden, 1 in Blanchard across from Walmart, and in Bossier, north of Wimple Road, across from Golf Cars of Louisiana on Airline Drive. What a great way to unwind this evening when you get home. Stop by Daiquiri Express, get that frozen concoction, and forget your troubles. Every morning, the early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World. These guys are there morning, noon, and night, really, for everybody since 1973. Whenever you've had an athletic gear need, you've always been able to count on Sports World. Every single time. Helmets, cleats, starters blocks, javelins, you name the sport, they've been able to come through for you, and they continue to do so. Locally owned and operated Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. River City's Floors at 3910 Shed Road in Bossier City handles all your flooring needs. Hardwood, laminate, luxury vinyl, tile and stone, carpet. Plus, they can repair, restore, install, maintain, and if you've got a business, a large business, they can take care of your commercial service as well. They are River City's Floors, and they bring us our springtime coaches conversations. Kevin Bryan and Company at 3910 Shed Road in Bossier City. River City's Floors in Bossier. GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas, next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. You can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. France is currently trading at over 16% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $590 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code TURF to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton. We are so happy to have inside the studios with us here for our Morris and Dewett Injury Lawyers Athlete of the Week Rewind. Reliving the past here with Stromile during a really fun time for high school basketball in these parts. And, just the number of talented players that came through. Also, we want to thank our good friends over at Exmark Strength Equipment for our LSU updates. Exmark Strength Equipment, located at 7144 West Park Road. If you have a school, if you have a business, if you have a church, if you have a physical therapy clinic, and you're looking for strength training equipment like one of those full rack trainers that basically is like a full gym and like one little apparatus, they've got them. They also have everything you need for weight benches and dumbbells, kettlebells, you name it, they've got it. Locally owned and operated. They've been around for 25 years. They are Exmark Strength Equipment, located at 7144 West Park Road. Stromile, before we get to LSU and all that good stuff, we were talking about blasts from the past, and you've seen top 3 girls basketball players, women's basketball players you've probably seen up close and personal were Elena Beard, former Southwood Lady Cowboys, Simone Augustus, who's at LSU, and Michaela Williams, former Parkway Lady Panther, who's at LSU now. If you had to kind of assess those 3 as far as best women's basketball players you might have seen in person, how do you kind of rank those 3?
Man, this is a tough question. This is a barbershop question we talk about all the time in the barbershop. And, I'm really good friends with Michaela's dad.
Okay.
But to me, I think Michaela was probably the most skilled, just high school player that I've seen. I know her trainers, I know they put a lot of work in, and you can see the transition from the training to actual games, and she actually uses the moves that she works on, like unstoppable, her 1-2 dribble pull up, it's really unstoppable. I think she's pro ready right now. Probably 2 years ago she was pro ready. I watched Simone Augustus coming out of I think it was Capital High School.
I think that sounds right.
And she was unbelievable. It was fun, but just being able to watch her in high school, and she was unbelievable. But to me, I think the best player, female player that I saw, just in Louisiana, was Elena Beard. She was special, just unbelievable, just raw talent. She was. Man, like I said, she was, I think to me, and this is just my opinion, she was the best that I've seen, come out of Shreveport with my own eyes.
She played defense so aggressively, and she would just be inside the other girls' uniforms, and they couldn't get away from her. She was so long-armed and so quick, and then if she ever had the ball, she was such a great driver. She could cut to the lane, and if she got past or got a defender equal to her, it was over with, because she was able to. Those long arms, she could just lay it up off the glass from 5-6 feet away, and these other girls couldn't do that.
She was tough as nails too.
Yeah, she was a tough kid.
Just watching her at a young age, I knew she was just going to be probably one of the greatest to come out of Shreveport.
I think she is, and I think Michaela is right there. The thing about Michaela, and I was watching some of her 3-on-3 stuff, Stro, when you see any athlete, basketball player at that age, 20 years old or whatever, that has that ability, like you said, it's the 2 dribbles and stop and pop. And coming off a screen, she's so ready to shoot every time she's on the floor. When the ball gets in her hands, she can shoot it from wherever she is because she's that ready for it. But if you're too close for her, she does such a great job of that great little first step and having a defender back off just enough, and then she gets such elevation. She reminds me, with her elevation of it, there was a lady texter years ago, Monica Maxwell, that had one of the prettiest jump shots I've ever seen in anybody. And Michaela's kind of got that. Her jump shot is so pretty.
Man, when that jumper's going, she's unstoppable.
Yes, she is literally unstoppable.
Her bag is you can tell every year, her game is expanding. Like she's gotten better, like every year. Like since the time I watched her, like maybe 7th grade. Like she's just gotten better and better every year that I've seen her. And I think the sky's the limit for Michaela, man. She's a special player. Like you rarely see like girls that play multiple sports, and like just being.
She could have played a college softball easily.
Yeah, like easily.
And the same thing with Chloe Larry.
Yeah.
Chloe could have easily gone somewhere and played softball, and now she's at LSU.
Yeah,
with Michaela.
It's good to see
How cool is that?
It's good to see them back together again. Like I look forward to going and checking out a couple
That's
games.
pretty stinking fun, and I think that they will help each other in a lot of ways. Just having a buddy back like with you and Reggie.
Yeah, somebody that you're familiar with.
Right. And there's a difference in the North Louisiana kids and South Louisiana kids. There's a different kind of vibe sometimes, and sometimes that's what it takes as well. So that's pretty stinking cool.
When you have that chemistry, like it just brings out like the better parts of you. So I'm looking forward to seeing them play together again.
Same here. Let's talk about your LSU days, Stro. You get down there, and like you said, coming off probation, there's not a lot of folks excited about LSU, and here you are, Parade All-American, Gatorade Player of the Year, and you're choosing John Brady. What was that process like? And just kind of curious, how far away from being what you guys ended up being, which is a Sweet 16 team in your last year at LSU, how much did y'all have to go and grow from when you stepped on campus to when y'all were finally a Sweet 16 team?
Man, my first practice, I always prided myself, like coming from Fair Park, like I felt like we worked harder than any other school because, man, when I would talk to like Arnez, because we played summer league basketball together, AAU, and I would tell these guys like the stuff that we would be doing in our gym class, and like nobody else was doing. Maybe Evangel
Right.
had a good program over there, but it was just like we had a gym class strictly for athletics, and I thought I was ready when I got to LSU. Like we had this program, we call it the CCP. It was Coach Calhoun program, and I thought I was ready.
Husher Calhoun?
Yes.
Okay.
And,
Legendary coach.
And I got to LSU, and I was like, man, my first practice, I was so exhausted. I had never practiced that hard in my life. I was like, man, I don't know if I'm going to make it. So after practice, all the guys are going to the locker room, and I just remember, like, Coach Brady and Coach Pierre, like, where you going? Like, come on back. So I had to stay after practice, and they put me through this workout, and with these heavy balls, man, I was so exhausted. All I could do is just go home, eat, and just lay down. I was so exhausted. I was like, man, I don't know if I'm gonna make it if it's gonna be like this every day. But man, and they were trying to prepare me because I was so far behind everybody else, and I felt like they threw me in the sharks. They threw me in the ocean with the sharks. My first game, like we go and play. I think Auburn was #1 in the country at the time. And you had Chris Porter. He was one of the top players in the SEC at my position. And now I'm 18 years old, and I got to go and play against this guy. He was probably 21 at the time. And I had a decent game because I was playing off of just like emotions and this just adrenaline. Played decent. I remember I scored my first 3-pointer that game. Like my mom, like I was super excited. I think we lost that game, but I just remember like having a decent game, but like the expectation of a McDonald's All-American. They hadn't had a McDonald's All-American play there since Shaq. So like just going there and just like feeling like I got to live up to these expectations. There's a lot of pressure, but man, just from the first practice, like we bonded because we had a lot of freshmen on that team. Jermaine Williams, Marcus Ledoux, like those guys went to Parkview Baptist. Like they had pretty good teams down there. Like College Temple III. Like we had a pretty good freshman group, and we all bonded like pretty good that first year. We had Jabari Smith, Willie Anderson, Maurice Carter. Like those guys just kind of took us in and just kind of showed us the ropes. And for me getting there so late, like they just kind of like welcomed me with open arms. Like it wasn't really like an ego type of thing. like for me, I didn't feel like I was coming in to take over the program. I know a lot of people had those expectations of me, but I'm telling you, when I first got there, I did not feel like that because like everything seemed so hard, and like I knew I had to get used to everything that I was getting ready to experience. So, man, Coach Brady, Coach Pierre, Coach Tyndall, Coach Davis, like those guys, they really prepared me for what was coming.
And what was coming was a run in the NCAA tournament your final year there. What was that like that year? And just playing inside the Pete Maravich Assembly Center and just kind of bringing a little bit of the restoring the roar kind of LSU basketball at that time.
Man, it was amazing, man. Like just being able to like coming to the games and you coming down to the stadium and you seeing people actually sleeping outside, like waiting on basketball games. Like we saw that a lot for football games. Like LSU is a football school, but when you can get that type of attention and that type of hype around the team, like it was awesome. So like just being able to experience that, like just seeing the PMAC just like filled with people, like it was amazing, man. I tell people like that was like the best time of my life, like being at LSU, like those 2 years, like that was like I played in the NBA 9 years, and those 2 years at LSU like just overshadows that completely. Like it was amazing.
Was there a dunk that you remember at LSU that was one of those where you're like, holy moly, the way this crowd's going, the way the students reacted, and when did when did the Stro show?
So I'll tell you another story. So man, I get in trouble for this all the time. Like my guys from high school about the Stro show.
Right.
So it started as that was our clique in high school. Like there was a group of us. Like that's how we represented each other. That was our group of guys. Like we had a couple female friends that were a part of this group. And when somebody would do something on the football field or on the basketball court, like we would always like do that. So when
hand signal.
Yeah. So when I got to LSU, I would do it. So Reggie started it like because football season came first. So he scored a touchdown. He'd do something. Like he would do it. I'm in the stands like doing it. Like it was. So everybody was like what is that y'all like doing? And next thing you know, the crowd is doing it. So now it's basketball season, and we got the student section, and the whole student section is doing it. Like they got signs and all kind of stuff. And so I didn't give myself the name Stro Show.
Right.
Like the LSU fans like gave me that name and they made the sign and I just like ran with it. And man, it was just unbelievable. But I'll tell you a quick story. So you asked me about, was there any particular dunk?
Yeah.
So this is my sophomore year. We're in, I forget what tournament it was, in Hawaii.
Okay.
And like we go there, we win this tournament, and I'm like just destroying everything at this tournament. Like I had a great tournament, MVP of the tournament. So like these are the stories that I like to tell because I didn't know this at the time. And so like years later, we come back for the reunion of the Sweet 16 team, and I'm talking to Coach Davis, and like they're telling stories from back then. And so he's telling me during that tournament, like there was this play and I dunked on somebody, and Coach Davis said he leaned over to Coach Pierre and he told him, I was like, I don't think he coming back to school after this. Like that tournament, like just kind of like they started to see the growth and just everything, all the work, like it was just starting to show. And it was just at the time, like in my mind, I'm coming back to school. Like I'm
right.
Like my mom was always on me, like we going to school, and so in my mind, I'm thinking I'm coming back to school.
Sure. But in their mind, they're like,
yeah,
no.
They was like, man, I don't know. We might want to sit him down. Yeah, so I love hearing those stories.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know how much time we have.
Oh, we gotta say goodbye to our friends in Lafayette in a little bit. We're still going after the 9 o'clock. We got time to talk about a little NBA stuff in a little bit if you want to, because we haven't even touched the NBA and being the number 2 overall pick, and and just in the same draft. Well, let's see, who was number 1 overall that year? Do you remember?
Kenyon Martin.
Okay.
But man, man, it was so. Like, I have so many stories. Like, I told one of my friends, I said, man, I might have to write a book one day.
You have the life that you guys led, and of course, that's what it was. That was the year that Marcus Pfizer out of Arcadia.
Marcus Pfizer, that was one of my teammates. That was one of my AAU teammates.
Yeah.
Man, unbelievable. I was just, man.
He was thick. That dude, you could not move him.
He was a bull in a china shop.
He was something else at Iowa State. I remember that.
I remember going out of town, and like he wore these goggles.
Yeah.
These big goggles, and we would go into these gyms, and like guys would look at him and they would be laughing, like he looked funny with these guys. Like, this dude can't play no basketball. Man, he would go in there, and we had. At this time, we had Arnez Battle on the team. Arnez was playing with us. Nick Sinville.
Oh.
Marcus Pfizer, myself. R.I.P. Zach Johnson. Zach was on that team. Man, we had Mike Thiz. Man, he put together some.
Thiz could put together a pretty good squad.
He put together some good teams.
And Sinville went from Loyola to Minnesota, and Tulane Sinville was a problem.
He was a beast too.
He was what, 6'6"?
He was about 6'6", undersized. He should have been probably playing a small forward.
Yeah.
But man, he was tough.
He was tough, and that was back in the day when I think Zach Chambers was the guard.
Zach was at Loyola.
Yeah.
That's my cousin.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Zach could play, man.
Yeah.
He could play a little guard there. We got to take a time out for our friends in Lafayette to say goodbye with that. But we still got Stro Show is alive and well, buddy. We got more with Stromile when we come back. Our Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers Athlete of the Week. Rewind is absolutely a blast here with Stro. Our little radio show is brought to you by the wonderful human beings who are taking care of business over at Live Oak Environmental, Live Oak ENV. If your dumpster doesn't have the Live Oak logo, then that's just trash. Make the switch over to Live Oak Environmental, 318-230-7125, liveoakenv.com. And thanks as well to our buddies over at Bobby L. Green Plumbing, the plumbing team I like best. If you got a plumbing problem, Bobby L. Green Plumbing, 318-631-0235, 318-631-0235. Back right after this. Brewer Quality Homes at 3830 East Texas in Bossier City is absolutely chock full of beautiful brand new homes right now to satisfy your family's needs. Look, man, if you're looking for a fantastic home that's got all the amenities that you're looking for around 60, 70, 80 bucks a square foot, there's one place to go. 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We all know that everything Donnie touches turns to sold. Check it out yourself. Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City.
When a drain slows down, it usually doesn't fix itself, and ignoring it just makes things worse. Bobby L. Green has taken care of local families for generations, and we handle plumbing problems the right way. Right now at Bobby L. Green, drain cleaning is just $99 and includes a free video inspection, so you can know exactly what's going on. Restrictions apply. Call for details. One call, one trusted team. Bobby L. Green Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Schedule today at greenplumbing.com.
Call 318-545-6535.
Exmark Strength Equipment has been around for 25 years right here in Louisiana, right here in Shreveport at 7144 West Park Road. Their mission has been the same from the jump, providing high-quality fitness equipment that helps people achieve their goals, whether that's lifting heavier, moving better, or living stronger. From right here in Shreveport for over 2 decades. They're more than just a fitness equipment company. They're with you on your fitness journey. Exmark Fitness Equipment.
Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. Oh, is he playing overseas? Okay. Stromile Swift joining us here. Morris and Dewett Injury Lawyers, Athlete of the Week Rewind, morrisdewitt.com. Trey Morris, I tell you what, when it comes to the 5-star Google reviews, all you have to do is check them out. Morris and Dewett with over 5,000 5-star Google reviews. And the fact that they give back so much to the community, including sponsoring fun events like GeekCon coming up. Holy moly, Raj, that's 2.5, 3 weeks away. August 14th through 16th, Shreveport Convention Center. It's GeekCon, and, buddy, it's going to be a blast. Another big show put together by our GeekCon godfather. Won't even mention his name, Raj. Don't want the crowd to boo. But we got it going on. GeekCon coming your way, and the presenting sponsor, of course, is Morris and Dewett Injury Lawyers. They also are the presenting sponsor for Colvin Show, Off Center with Colvin between 4 and 5, talking about sports cards, memorabilia, and all that good stuff. I bet Stro might have a couple of his rookie cards laying around from back in the day. From that class of 2000 NBA draft, too. Not too shabby. Kenyon Martin, Stromile, Darius Miles, Marcus Pfizer, Mike Miller, former Florida Gator. Chris Mim, remember him over at Texas? Jamal Crawford. Mateen Cleaves was in that draft class. Jamal McGlure, Speedy Claxton. A lot of names we remember from back in the day. For our friends in Lafayette, if you want to continue to hang around with us, feel free. You can go to the Tim Fletcher Show YouTube channel or our Facebook page, or go to 1130thetiger.com. But if not, that's okay. We'll see you tomorrow for our friends in Lafayette.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Yep. I don't know if you heard. If you could, this mic, you got to be almost like right there. What did you say there when you heard that LSU fight song?
I still get chills when I hear it.
You know, I think that there are probably some folks that assume that if you're an athlete at a school like LSU, and these fans pack Tiger Stadium, over 100,000 people go to football games now. Hopefully we can get 13,000 back in the PMAC with Will Wade down there, and 13,000 show up for baseball games at Alec Box Stadium. And we think that the athletes maybe don't get into it as much as the crowd does and all that. But you just said you get chill bumps when you hear that fight song. How much do you still kind of carry the torch for and love for LSU at this point?
Man, I like I told you earlier, I think it may have been off air, but I played 2 years at LSU, and I played 9 years in the NBA. 1 year in China, and still to this day, those 2 years at LSU was by far my favorite and the best time of my life. And you know, like, I know a lot of other guys that feel that way. Some guys played there a little bit longer, had maybe a little bit more experiences than I did, but man, still to this day we still bleed and we still love that purple and gold.
When the draft rolls around, 2000 NBA draft, what were you hearing beforehand? And I assume did they have the draft combine back in those days as well, Stro?
They did.
Okay. So did you find out anything in the draft combine that made you feel like that, hey, I'm going to go a little bit higher than what some people are projecting? Or did you know you were going to go to Vancouver number 2 overall early? Because for those that don't remember, 2000 NBA draft, we had 2 guys from I-20 go 2nd and 4th in the draft. Marcus Pfizer from Arcadia, who played at Iowa State, went 4th to the Bulls, and Stromile went 2nd to the Vancouver Grizzlies out of Fair Park and LSU. So just kind of curious, what was that draft combine like? What was that lead up to the draft like for you?
I did not have a clue. I didn't have a clue. I remember after the tournament, like I had a pretty good tournament. I wasn't sure if where my draft stock was at the time. But all intentions were to come back to LSU. I just wanted to see where my draft stock was. Like, I didn't think that I played well enough to be a top 5 pick. So that was always my thing. If they ever tell me I'm a top 5 pick, then I'm coming out. But if it's anything after that, I'll come back one more year. So at the time, like, I didn't know. And so we go to work out for the Clippers. Like, we worked out for the top 5 teams. So I think my first was New Jersey. We went there first, had a pretty decent workout. Went to Vancouver, had a pretty good workout there. And I remember being sick at the Vancouver workout. Like I got up, I ate breakfast, and man, my stomach just like wasn't right that morning. And I remember going to the bathroom, throwing up, and coming back out, and just kind of like killing the workout. Like it ended up being a really good workout, but I wasn't feeling well. And I think Chicago was the absolute hardest workout that we had, because it was more of a football combine. Like
Okay.
they had the lasers, like they had all the top equipment. Like this was different than all the other workouts that I had went to. So we doing like football, like lateral with the lasers, like side to side, like they trying to see, like we running a 40, like they trying to see how fast we were, how strong. Like they got us on the bench press, like we lifting weights, and I was pretty strong. Like I didn't look like I was that strong, but I was pretty strong to be 225 like
right.
that. So that was a really tough workout. Then I worked out for the Clippers and then Orlando Magic. I remember having good workouts. And
did you have a preference? Was there a place that after you left, you're like,
Orlando,
I wanted to play
like
there?
I wanted to go to Orlando.
Okay.
So I remember like going back home, back to Baton Rouge. I'm there, and then I started getting a lot of feedback from the teams. And New Jersey, they was like, we want you to come back and work out again. So I was just like, I don't think they're gonna draft me over Kenyon Martin, because like at that time Kenyon Martin had an awesome. He ended up breaking his leg that year, but he had an awesome year.
Remember that? Yeah.
He was one of
they
the
had
guys,
the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, he was one of the guys I was looking like, man, after every game I got to go see what Kenyon Martin did. Like that was the guy that I was kind of trying to compare myself with, because he was so much better. Like at that position, he was so much better than everybody else in college basketball. So I always tried to like watch and see what he did to try to compare myself to him. So I didn't think, I was like, man, they not gonna take me over Kenyon Martin. Like I wasn't even on. I didn't think I was on anybody's radar. I knew I was on the radar, but not a top 5 pick.
Okay.
And I just remember getting a phone call from Vancouver, and it was like, if you here at number 2, we're gonna take you. But in my mind, I wanted to go to Orlando, and I think Doc Rivers was the coach at the time, and I just remember them like if you here, like we're gonna put you and T-Mac together again, and so I was just like, okay.
That was the dream scenario.
Yeah, that's where I wanted to go. But
where Shaq was drafted, where T-Mac was playing.
And then they told me, they was like, I don't think you're gonna be here after the workouts and after all the GMs and everybody, all the scouts, after everybody was talking. It's like, I don't think you're gonna be here at 5, but if you are, we're gonna take you. So that was.
So you knew you were gonna be a top 5 pick, no matter what. You weren't gonna be worse than a top 5 pick.
I had 3 teams to tell me if I was still there that they were gonna take me. So I was like, well, I'm not gonna go back for this workout for New Jersey. So I ended up not going back, and the rest is history. Like just sitting there, and I get that phone call. I'm sitting in the green room with my mom and my family, everybody, and we get that phone call, and it's like, we're getting ready to take you. So like, get ready. Like that was definitely one of the best days of my life.
When you had the people there who were with you, and I assume that, like you said, your mom, family, Coach Brady was there, I think, wasn't he?
No, I don't think they were there.
What was that like when you had a chance to finally sit down and talk to Coach Preston and talk to Coach Prude and talk to Husher and talk to Reggie and talk to some of your buddies that you went to high school? What was that like after you got the news? I assume you talked to some of those folks that night.
A few of them, like Reggie wasn't able to be there, but I had a few of my high school friends. They were able to,
that's
able
awesome.
to come. But I just remember everybody being so proud, and like we had somebody to make it from the Queensboro neighborhood, from Fair Park High School. I think I was more happy just to see the excitement on everybody else's face. Like the guy that's just made the city, made the community, made my neighborhood, just made everybody proud to be able to see me walk across the stage and shake David Stern's hand. And I felt like I was living so many other people's dream because as a kid, like basketball wasn't my first love. Like I thought I was gonna be a wrestler. Like I never told anybody.
No, like Olympic, or are we talking WWE? Like off the top rope?
WCW, WWE. I thought I was gonna be a wrestler. I thought I was gonna be a professional wrestler, but I couldn't gain any weight.
Oh wow! Yeah.
Like I had one of my close friends, Darian Willis. Man, we thought we were gonna be professional wrestlers.
Were y'all doing it in the backyard?
No, we had this porch, and it was kind of shaped like a square, and
okay.
we would always just kind of use that as the wrestling ring. And I'm telling you, I thought I was gonna be a wrestler. Like nobody could tell me anything different. And then I fell in love with basketball, and it was just like, man, like I don't think I'm cut out to be a wrestler.
Before I forget, when did you hit like the growth spurt, the big growth spurt? You went from being certain.
I was always tall.
You were always taller.
I remember 5th grade. I was about 5'10". I was always taller than all my teachers. And
okay, so you just always have been.
Eighth grade, I was about 6'4". So when I remember getting to Fair Park, and I was about 6'5", and over the summer, going from my freshman to my sophomore year, I grew like 3 inches. So like I come back my 10th grade year, it's like everybody looking like, dang, like, man, like he a giant. Like so I'm like 6'8" at the time, and so it was always like I felt like I grew like every summer. Like it was just like hitting these growth spurts.
So it wasn't like
summer.
a Scottie Pippen deal where you're 6'2" and all of a sudden you're 6'8" in one summer or whatever. So you're get drafted to Vancouver, and you've been to Vancouver for the workout. It's a little different community than most of the other NBA cities at that point. And as a matter of fact, you were there for the last time they had an NBA team. What was that like playing for a franchise that was so new, it was looking for an identity, and then you up and moved to Memphis while you're still playing at Vancouver? What were those early years like?
Man, like going to Vancouver for the first time, like this is one of the most beautiful cities like in the world. Like I was like blown away, like coming from Shreveport, Baton Rouge, and then going to Canada, like just being able to see that, like the air is crisp, like the people are friendly, like it was it was a really, really nice place. Man, I love playing there, but I think the main thing was the guys were unhappy because of the double tax situation. Like we would get taxed Canadian and U.S.
Holy moly!
So
that's
was
bad news.
That was one of the main things like guys didn't like about playing in Canada. So.
Is that the case for the Raptors still?
It's as long as you play there, you're gonna get double tax.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know if I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
That's no fun. When was your? And I assume, and I know you've been on a couple of podcasts with some of the fellas that talk about life in the NBA. I love these stories when they talk about being trash talked by Jordan, being trash talked by Bird, being trash talked by somebody. They're welcome to the NBA moment. So what was your welcome to the NBA moment that made you realize, like, oh boy, these are grown men here, and this is not as
I was so nervous. So being at LSU, like in the summertime, Shaq would come down like every summer, a couple times throughout the summer, and he would play with us. And man, he was so massive. I was just like, man, like this. I just couldn't imagine him being angry and having to play against him, because when he came back and played against us, it was like he was having fun.
He was having fun, yeah.
But man, I was like, man, I can't imagine, like, if he's doing this to us and just laughing and playing around, I can't imagine like what he's doing to guys that have pissed him off. And
he's the largest human being I've ever seen in my life.
He was massive, and I just remember, like, after the pickup games, like, I would just sit down next to him and just pick his brain and just ask him questions about, like, how it was in the NBA and how was Kobe, like how has it been a teammate with Kobe. I was a big from being at the ABCD camp, like Kobe was a big name at Adidas, and so it's like, man, I just want to know more about him. Like, what type of guy is he? And at the time, like Kobe and Shaq were having their little riffs, and like he didn't say a lot of good things about Kobe. Like at this time, this was kind of early.
Right,
in their career,
right.
so
He's since has come back around a little bit.
So I just remember like my rookie year, like we go to LA.
Okay.
So when you're a rookie, like you have to go to the game. You have to be there an hour early because when the vets, when they get to the games, they don't want the rookies on the court. So you have to get your pre-workout before the vets get there.
All right.
So I'm there like an hour and a half early. Like I'm going through my pregame routine, and I'm in the gym by myself. And the next thing I got my back turned towards the Lakers locker room, so I'm shooting jump shots, and somebody walks behind me and tapped me on the butt, and it was like, "What's up, Stro?" And I turned around, and it was Kobe, and I was like, "Man, Kobe know my name." He know. So this is my first time playing against Kobe, and I was just like, man, like Kobe, like, so I couldn't wait to get to the locker room and call my family, call my friend. I was like, man, Kobe, like, say what's up to me. Like, I was like, man, I didn't know he knew who I was or whatever. So that was my Kobe Bryant story. So fast forward. Now I've heard all these like crazy things about Kobe, so I'm just like, man, Kobe, like a butthole, like he, like he don't socialize with people, like he's not really a friendly guy,
right?
Which was true,
yeah.
But it was like, man, like he spoke to me, so now I feel like every game, like I speak to him, like it was cordial, like he like dap me up, shake my hand, whatever. So I feel like I have some type of rapport with him, like I don't have his phone number, like we're not talking on the phone, but like when I see him, there's an acknowledgement there.
Okay.
So we get to, I think it was 2000, I can't remember, it may have been 2002 or 2003 All-Star game in Atlanta. And I got all my buddies from back home, like everybody coming to All-Star, they want to experience and see all the guys that we grew up watching. And man, they're in the lobbies, they're getting Magic, they see Magic Johnson, they getting Magic Johnson autograph. Patrick Ewing, like all the guys that we grew up watching. So in this hotel, this is the players' hotel, like this is the hotel where all the players at. So it's not really open to the public, like everybody can't get into this hotel. So the next thing you know, the elevator's open and Kobe walks out. But he had security with him. It's like the Secret Service. Like these guys are walking with they got the mics on their wrists, and it's like Kobe's coming through. So I got all my guys with me, and they want to get a Kobe Bryant autograph. So Kobe's walking towards us. So they was like, everybody's depending on me to stop Kobe and try to get his autograph. So he's walking towards me. So he gets close, and I'm like, what's up, Kobe? And he just walked right by. Like he walked, but I'm assuming that they were in a hurry, like they were trying to get somewhere.
Right. He had to be somewhere.
My feelings was kind of hurt, and it's like all my homeboys, like they was like, man, Kobe just did you like that, and like he just walked by you, he didn't even speak to you. Man, I felt so bad. I was like, man, he must have to go somewhere. He probably was in a hurry. He was probably running late or something. But from that point on, like all my friends, like they hated Kobe after that.
Oh no! Oh, so you're with the Grizzlies through 2005, and in that time, by the way, you had a pretty decent game against the old Seattle SuperSonics. Do you remember anything about April 17th, 2002? 31 points, 10 rebounds, and a loss to the Sonics.
Man, that might have been our last. What was that date?
April 17th, 2002.
That might have been the last game of the season in Seattle. And I remember, like, we wasn't playing for any playoff. I don't think we were good enough to make it to the playoffs that year. Last game playing against, Gary Payton. I think Gary Payton was Gary Payton on that team? I can't
I think
remember.
he was. I think he was. Let me make sure. I'm pretty sure that he was on
Man,
the
they had Rashard Lewis at
Let's
the time,
see.
and
2000.
I think GP was on that team.
Yeah, I think he was.
And man, I just remember him talking like so much trash, but that was I think that might have been my career high. That was a really good game for me.
It was a nice game.
Yeah.
You scored 31 points in an NBA game. You were all right there. What was that like when you moved to Memphis, by the way, when the whole franchise moved? Was that startling? Was that welcome or what?
It was a culture shock.
I bet.
Leaving from Vancouver, man, super friendly place, beautiful city, beautiful people. Man, I love Vancouver. Like I used to go back every summer, like just to visit. Like it was a very, very nice place.
Wow. I didn't know that.
The move to Memphis, man, they welcomed us like with open arms. Like the city of Memphis embraced us. Man, it was great in the beginning, but we didn't know about the other side of Memphis, the ugly side of Memphis. I remember my experience when I first got there. They would have us do these like autograph signings and like stuff like that. So we would go to the local high schools, and the people were like, they were so welcoming. Like the car dealerships would give us cars, like they would let us drive cars for like 2 or 3 months, and then we would bring them back in, and like everybody just wanted to be a part of something new that was in the city. And I remember I had this loaner car, and I go to this game, this high school game, and the gym is like jam packed, because they know that like Memphis Grizzlies. It was like I think it was me and Lorenzen Wright, a couple of other teammates. Like we go to this gym, and there's nowhere to park, so I park like right in the front in the handicap spot. So I go in the gym, and the kids were going crazy. Like it was unbelievable. Like, so we get in there, we play a game of knockout, sign a couple autographs. I may have stayed in that gym maybe 15, 20 minutes. When I got back to my car, like, so there's like, I'm in the handicap, like right in front of the gym. So they got security, like the guy that's taking the tickets when you go in the gym, he's sitting like right in at the front door. When I got back out to the car, it was sitting on blocks. It was sitting on bricks. So I remember asking the guy, I was like, man, you ain't see anything? He was like, I ain't seen nothing. Like I was like, man, like how did they do that so fast? Like they took this car, it was gone in 60 seconds. I was like, man, we wasn't even in here that long. Like we right in the front, and they didn't put the car on bricks.
Oh my
God!
God!
Took the rims and everything off of there. It was crazy.
Oh my gosh!
Man, I think I had 2 incidents like that where, like, I lived down the street from like this movie theater. Like, I only knew how to get to 3 places. That was the Pyramid, like 4 places, because we practiced at this college called Rhodes College.
Yeah.
So I knew how to get there. I knew how to get to the Pyramid. I knew how to get to Walmart, and I knew how to get to the movie theater. I would always go to the movies, and like I would park like right in the front. And I remember like coming out of the movie, somebody had broken my truck and stole all my stuff out of there. I was just like, man, like this, welcome to Memphis. Like we hadn't even played a game yet, and that was my welcome to Memphis.
Holy moly!
But man, like I said, it was like that didn't stop like the good people that I met in Memphis. The team, the organization wasn't really good at the time. Like we were new, and I think University of Memphis, they were probably bigger than the Memphis Grizzlies. Like their games used to be sold out.
Calipari was there, right? With that.
Cal. I think Coach Cal was there.
Yeah, I think so.
And but at that time, Memphis Tigers were like they owned Memphis. It took the Grizzlies a little while to get rolling, and once they bought in Jerry West and Hubie Brown, like that franchise like turned around, and like man, they've been pretty good ever since.
Pretty good since.
Yeah.
After that, There was the Houston Rockets, back to the Grizzlies, Nets, and Suns. Of those stops, where do you kind of look at it and say, man, I wish I could have kept playing here?
Like my best years was under Hubie Brown. I wish I could have played more years with Hubie. One of my favorite places to be was Houston. Like that was my team growing up. Like I was a big Houston Rockets fan. Like everybody loved Jordan, but I was a Hakeem Olajuwon fan. Like I was a Houston Rockets fan
guy as well.
And so I tried to pattern my game after the Dream. Like that was like my favorite player. But man, I remember bumping heads with Hubie Brown. And I wasn't like a historian of the game. Like I didn't really know who Hubie. I was like, who is this old guy they bringing in? And man, he's talking to us like we playing in the 70s, 80s. Like he was just this old school guy.
Right.
And man, I'm this kid. I'm super athletic, and he's telling me talking about the timing of the plays, and I'm thinking like, there's nobody gonna be able to stop me from getting to the rim. So he's telling me I need you on this line, and I'm maybe like one step away from this line. And he was so like particular about where he wanted you on the court because of the timing, and if you're a tenth of a second off, like that makes a difference in basketball. And he was always like talking to us about certain stuff like that. And I was just like, man, it's not gonna make a difference if I'm on this line, if I'm across the three-point line or behind the three-point line. It's not gonna make a difference of me getting to this basket. And I just remember him like, if you buy in to like what I'm telling you, because we bumped heads a lot when he first got there, and it was just like I was in the doghouse like when he first got there, because I was just like, man, they bring this old man in here to coach us, and like it's like this not the 70s,
right?
When he was a good coach. But man, when I tell you like this was the absolute best coach that I ever played for, like the best basketball mind. It's like he would see things before it would even happen. And I just remember him telling us, like, if we would buy into what he's telling us, into his system. So this is his first year. He came halfway through the year.
Okay.
So he was like, if you buy in, he's like, we're not going to make the playoffs this year. But by the end of this year, teams are not going to want to play you guys. If we just listen to what he was saying. And by the end of that year, man, we beat the Lakers. Man, we was pushing Tim Duncan and the Spurs. Like, we was giving those guys a run for their money. And, at the end of the year, they playing for playoff seeding, and we were upsetting a lot of these teams, like messing up the playoff seeding. And then we come back that next year, and, man, we won like 50 games, which had never been done before in the Grizzlies' history. That was the first 50 game win, 50 win season. And man, he was so no nonsense. And a lot of times there's a lot of politics in the NBA. When guys get big contracts, like the teams expect you to play big minutes. But Hubie was the type of coach that he didn't care how much money you was making. Like, he's gonna play who's ever playing good at that time.
Right.
And like, he wasn't taking no crap from upstairs. Like, nobody could, because he was so, like, he had respect like over the league from everybody. And it was like, you can't come in here and tell him how to run this team. You brought him in there to coach, then that's exactly what he's gonna do, and he's gonna play the best player. And we had this system, which I had never played in the system like that. Like, our first unit and our second unit, like, the second unit was probably just as good as that first unit. So they had to figure out a way to get everybody playing time. And the starters, they would play the first 6 minutes of the first quarter. It was like he didn't have to tell us to go in anymore. It was just like, when that 6 minute mark hits, then this guy, like this next 5, you going in the game.
Interesting.
And it was like that all the way.
Like a little go-go squad back in the day is what we would call it. Like, make that wholesale change like that.
And whoever was playing well in the fourth quarter, those are the guys that he stuck with at the end of the games. And like, just being able to play for a coach like that gives you so much confidence when like the minutes that you're gonna get. Like you know how much playing time you're gonna get. Like it's not like you're, man, I wonder if I'm gonna play tonight. It's
Right.
like and then like every day, like if you got into it with him on a Friday, that Saturday you had a clean slate. It was like a brand new day, and
Wow.
that was one of the things that I respected about Coach Huey. Man, Coach Brown was like he was the best.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Your final year playing professional basketball was over in China.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know too many kids growing up in Shreveport ever have ended up playing basketball in China. I think, did Ronnie McCollum ever play over there, Raj?
Overseas.
I don't think he would. Remember Ronnie McCollum at
I
Centenary?
played against Ronnie Centenary.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you come to that game?
I did. The Centenary LSU game?
game?
Yes. It was
Man.
at Hirsch, wasn't it?
It was at the Hirsch.
Yeah.
So that was
Yeah.
that was a part of the deal of me going to LSU.
That's
My
right.
My mom had told him, if he signs, then you got to make sure that y'all schedule. I don't know who's going to be against, but you got to make sure that you schedule a game in Shreveport. So his high school, middle school, the people that he grew up with, they wanted the community to be able to come back and see me play.
Right.
And they scheduled that game at the Hirsch, and we played against Centenary. And, man, Ronnie McCullough, boy, he lit us. I think he was the #1 scorer in the country.
Yeah, he was.
At Centenary during that time.
He was like
man.
31, 32 points a game, something like that.
Like we kind of took them lightly, thinking we were gonna come in here and just smash them. And man, they gave us a run for our money. Like we had to kind of step it up because it was a close game.
Yeah.
And, man, like he was something special.
He gets
like,
you. He gets you.
He
man.
could score that ball.
He really could. Before we're going to take a timeout. When we come back, last couple of things we want to talk to Stromile about was China.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's been going on since then, and what else was I was going to ask him about? Oh, I know you went to the humor and harmony thing, so maybe you can kind of give us the idea. What do we need to do to get 50 to like us again? We want 50 back. You know, so. Stro hanging around with us, of course. Our SEC updates brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo is a great guy, and if you're looking for someone to give you a second set of eyes for a financial game plan, by golly, he's a former LSU Tiger, Cincinnati Bengal legend, all SEC linebacker, and, of course, he's an avid turkey hunter and a guy that you want to get to know. Bo Harris Wealth Management, 318-670-3101. Our LSU updates are brought to you by Xmark Strength Equipment, xmarkfitness.com, the letter X, M-A-R-K, fitness.com. They are not too far from where we are in the 71129 zip code, Xmark Strength Equipment. We'll be back with Stro right after this.
The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. The greatest shopping event of the summer is here. Macy's Black Friday and July sale is back, where you'll find 40 to 60% savings on all the hottest summer fashion and more. Don't wait. Get first dibs on everything you love about Black Friday shopping, from unbeatable sales across the store to curated styles for the season at lower than low prices. Head to Macy's now for a fun-filled holiday shopping adventure smack dab in the middle of summer. It's the can't-miss sale of the month, Black Friday and July at Macy's. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging. That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
When it comes to electrical work, it's not something you want to take chances on. You want it done right. You want it safe. You want a team you can trust. That's Jack Spring Electrical. They've handled commercial and industrial projects across Shreveport-Bossier for decades and bring that same expertise to your home. From major jobs to residential repairs and upgrades, no shortcuts, no surprises, just quality work that lasts. Jack Spring Electrical. Call today or visit jackspringelectric.com.
Yes, JCPenney has thousands of back-to-school items under $10. And when you join JCPenney Rewards Access today, you can get a $10 cash pass too. Learn more at jcp.com/rewards. Yes, JCPenney. Exclusions apply.
The greatest shopping event of the summer is here. Macy's Black Friday and July sale is back, where you'll find 40 to 60% savings on all the hottest summer fashion and more. Don't wait. Get first dibs on everything you love about Black Friday shopping, from unbeatable sales across the store to curated styles for the season at lower than low prices. Head to Macy's now for a fun-filled holiday shopping adventure smack dab in the middle of summer. It's the can't miss sale of the month. Black Friday and July at Macy's. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
No more mold, no more damage, no more outdated old bathroom, no more slipping and hurting, no more stress. Make your ordinary bathroom extraordinary for only $99 per month. New shower, new door, new tub, new wall, new anti-slip technology. Be stress-free. Call 800-770-5322. BCI Bath and Shower is made in America for the highest quality. Ask about our military and senior discounts. Your dream bathroom in as little as 1 day. First 50 callers save $1,500 on a never clear glass treated door. Call now for free premium color upgrades. 800-770-5322. Call BCI Bath and Shower, the leader in bathroom remodeling. Be smart, safe, and stay a step ahead of inflation with our interest-free financing options. Call 800-770-5322. Love your bathroom with free upgrades. Call 800-770-5322. That's 800-770-5322.
Yes, JCPenney has thousands of back-to-school items under $10. And when you join JCPenney Rewards Access today, you can get a $10 cash pass too. Learn more at jcp.com/rewards. Yes, JCPenney. Exclusions apply.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
All right, welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, happy hour. Once again, thanks to everybody over Daiquiri Express. Does that look like me, Chica, or does that look like Roger Daltrey? Which one does that look like? Daiquiri Express.
That at Daiquiri Express, they actually have those viral soft serve margaritas now.
They do.
So, only warning here, all right?
Yeah.
Limit it to 2, and your tongue will go numb. Some call that a perk.
Yeah.
Some get scared.
Yeah, I like that. Daiquiri Express, limit it to 2, the soft serve margaritas.
And just look for the Tim Fletcher.
The Tim
How
Fletcher.
much do they have to pay you every month?
It's
to
a
use
lot. It's a lot. It's like at least $2-3 a month.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you met the new face of Chica Eats?
I have not.
Number 4. Have you heard of him?
Huh?
Number 4, the new face of Chica Eats?
I have not.
Yeah, well, I'm going to bring him in.
Are you?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, introducing the new face and body of Chica Eats.
Hi, welcome. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for
So
being here.
you knew Stromile was number 4?
I did.
Wow.
I need a list of your hidden jewels in the city. Like,
Yeah.
I've been here all my life, and some of the places that you were going, I was like, man, that food looks good. Like, I
She has found some good spots.
Okay, so how about this?
Underrated.
You teach me a good layup form.
Oh, boy.
I could do this. You know what?
Stro,
Just because I'm chubby doesn't mean I'm not athletic.
Stro, if you get involved with Chica, just know that your life is not going to be the same.
Come on, Stro.
And it's
one
in a
time.
positive way, though. Yeah. I meant that as a compliment.
Is it
Yes,
positive?
absolutely.
You show me a place, and then I will go, and as a thank you, I don't know if you guys know this, but he has some of the best camps, Like, we got people coming in from
This is the
all
Word of God
over.
ministry camps,
No,
or
this is
Right here in
separate.
Shreveport.
This is separate. This
okay.
is,
All right? You
Which
got
camps
people
are these,
coming in
Stro?
from
What's the
everywhere.
name of this camp?
Tell us about your camps. All I'm trying to say is, let me sell you on this.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah.
We're
All right, so here's what I'm
yeah.
saying is follow him on social media to keep up with it. But in exchange, if you go eat with me, I'll help you coach at some of these camps.
Okay.
I'm all about molding and helping, and I just think that you could use
that
an extra person.
These guys are going to be under 18, so the campers you cannot.
Baby, you think I'm focused on the campers?
I
I'm
wanna
focused
make-
on
on
number
the,
4.
on the counselors. and
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
I'm a big kid here.
All
Okay.
right. Okay.
All right. So I'm
Make
here. I'm
sure
focused. Anyway.
That this is not a camp for NBA
I'm trying to
and
secure.
college
I'm
age guys.
trying to get a celebrity in my if I could post one video of this guy eating with me, I'd go viral. He'd make me famous. So let's make a deal right now.
I might take you up on that.
Dang, no
and
secure.
do that one day.
Seal
right,
it.
see?
Seal it. Make it happen.
You make it happen. You just made
He
it
said
happen.
I'll see about it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's not
So,
every day we have a celebrity.
Before
in
we
here.
get into the China, let's. What about this camp? What made obviously the ABCD camp meant a lot to you, and it made a big difference in your world. So how are you kind of using that as a way to kind of give back? I guess in a way.
Yeah, so growing up here in Shreveport, like we didn't have guys come back and do camps like that. Like I never was able to go to a camp like locally, like here. Once I started playing AAU basketball, like they gave me the opportunity to be able to travel and play against some of the best competition in the country. But I never got the opportunities to, like a Karl Malone or Robert Parrish. Like I never got the opportunity to meet those guys. And I could only imagine like what that may have meant to a 13, 14, 15-year-old me. And like being able to go to ABCD camp and they would have like former NBA players like going to the Nike camps, and they have current NBA players there working the camps, and being 16, being able to ask these guys, like just getting just information and wisdom and just being coached by these guys, like that meant a lot. So for me, like to come back home and start doing camps, I was never like the talkative person. Like I never liked talking in front of big crowds, and for some reason, like I could do interviews and stuff like all day, but like you try to put a mic in my hand and put me on a platform or stage, and it's like I freak out. But just being in the element of like being able to talk to kids and just being able to do these camps, like it means a lot, because I like just growing up, I didn't have anything like that. So just to be able to inspire a kid from them maybe just seeing me one time, like I don't like the thing of like the kids seeing me one time and then they don't see me anymore. So like I've gotten to the point where I want to be more consistent, and like I want them to see me just more than this one time. So I try to do camps just throughout the year. So like I started out, me and one of my partners, like we started out. There was this program when I was growing up at Springs of Grace. There's a church in Sunset Acres. Like they would open up their doors and allow us to come, like the kids from the neighborhood, to come in and play basketball there. And I didn't really understand like the seed that they were sowing at the time, because like all I wanted to do was just go and play basketball. Like we play at the parks in the sun, in the heat all day. Like these people are giving us the opportunity to come in and play in a gym. And then they would give us free popcorn and free sodas and stuff like that. But in between, they would have like this like prayer, like a prayer and or Bible study. And they would take us in this back room, and they would have Bible study, and then they would play a little worship music. And I was just like me and my friends, we'd be in the back like, man, I can't wait till this over with. We just want to play basketball. But
it was the payoff, right? Basketball was the payoff.
Yeah.
And I gotta brag on you real quick. I the reason why I know who this man is because obviously city of Shreveport and everybody's
Mm-hmm.
watching and seeing what he's doing and what a huge difference he's making in the community. So I got to watch him in action. Let me give you your flowers real quick. How many kids were at this camp where they surprised you with, can we share with what is your official day? Do you remember the date?
June 9th.
Okay. It is Number 4 Day. It is Stro Day in Shreveport. There was a proclamation and everything. But how many kids were at this camp?
It was about on that day, it was probably about 115 kids.
Wow.
Okay, I was about to say 500 because clearly that's what it felt like. I might as well. And just watching you guys work with these kids and watching you give back to the community. But the biggest thing that, like, you're in Shreveport where it all started, and you're pouring back into our community. So I got to watch that in action. So forever a fan just because of that. And now we have a Stro Day here. Yeah. So we should celebrate.
Every day should be a Stro Day.
You know what? Amen. Keep doing what you're doing because we're all watching and we're all leaning on you. And you're the guy that I think, a lot of people needed growing up in the community. Mm-hmm. So seeing that you're not just talking about it, you're all about it, and watching you in action is incredible.
Very well said, Chico.
Yes, absolutely.
Very well said.
That'll be $20.
No, well, and that's she is 100% correct, Stro. And so, what does that feel like to have something that you didn't get to have as a kid, get to embrace, but you're knowing now that those 150 kids, whatever, they're going to have that memory. They're going to be talking to somebody 15 years down the road. They're going to be on their group text with their friends, and they may have made some of their best friends at this camp. That kind of effect, Stro, is really, really something else.
And like to finish that story about this Monday night club at Springs of Grace, at the time, they were sowing a seed in a lot of kids. But I always give them their flowers for the seed that they sowed into me, because I didn't realize, like, how much I learned about the Bible, like, during that time. Like, I wasn't, like, I used to go to church with my grandfather, and, like, a lot of those times is because they made us
right.
go. But I didn't really realize, like, the seed that they were sowing, like that. Like, one day that I would want to do something similar to what they were doing, and to be able to give back to kids in the community. So to be able to have these camps and host these camps at LSUS and other different gyms, like we started out, and I just remember, like, man, I want to do something like this Monday night club. Like I would tell one of my partners, one of the assistant coaches at Word of God, and I would tell him, man, like, I had this type of program when I was coming up, and, like, I was a part of this, and, like, this really inspired me to do some of the things that we're doing right now. And we started out going to, like, all the rec centers. So my thought process was, man, I'm just gonna show up at the rec centers and just talk to the kids and maybe do some drills and stuff with them, like, just to inspire, like, because I know in the summertime a lot of the kids would go to the gym. So, man, we would go to these gyms and they would tell us, like, y'all can't just come up here. Like, you got to get paperwork and stuff signed from the SPAR, like, because of insurance purposes
right.
and all that stuff. So that started the Swift Skills basketball camps. So went to the SPAR, sat down and talked to them, and, like, we started working with the SPAR. And we did like 7 camps with the SPAR, like, all in one summer. Like, we did like 7 camps.
Okay.
Like, we would go to Airport Park, David Raines, Bill Berry Park, Bill Cochran. Like, we was just trying to hit, like, all the different, a lot of the places that I played in when I was growing up. And we ended up partnering with Caddo Parish Parks and Recreation, and, like, just partnering up with them, just, man, like, the Swift Skills basketball camps just blew up. Like, we started doing, because when I first started, we may have, like, maybe 30 kids in the gym. So it went from, like, 30 to 80 to 100 and some kids.
Wow.
And just being able to partner with just local businesses in the community. Like, a lot of the times, like, I was, like, trying to do it on my own. And so I started reaching out to different, like, businesses and different people. And I started, like, I'm not the type of person, like, to ask for stuff. So, like, I felt kind of weird doing it, but, man, I reached out to just different people, and, like, man, people was just sewing into the camp, like, just, like, it was, this year was a really unbelievable year. Like, this was probably one of the best summers that we've had, but we do camps with what's it called? Spar Therapeutics.
Okay.
So they have a special needs program there, and so I had a few friends like they would see how good the camps were, and they was like, have you ever tried to do a camp with special needs kids? And I was like, I've never worked with special needs kids before, so I don't know. I'll try it. I'll give it a try. So we reached out, made some contacts, phone calls, and Spar Therapeutics was like they would love to have us. So we partnered with them, and we would go over, and they have like about 40 special needs kids and adults over there. And when I tell you, that may have been one of the best camps that I've ever done in my life. Like just the embrace that they like, just going in there, like not really knowing what to expect, like working with special needs. And like just going back to visit them after the camps, and just how like when I walk into the gym, it's just like they all excited to see me, and they want to come back. And it's like, man, like all the stuff that the drills and stuff that we worked on with them, like they really like try their best to improve, and they really love basketball. And it's like, look, I've been working on my ball handle, like I've been working on my shots. And so like that right there was probably one of the most fulfilling, like just like this is why I do it, like just like to see that and to get that embrace from them, like it was awesome. So and we done a camp with juvenile detention centers. Like we try to go over there. We go to Shreveport Job Corps and do camps over there. So man, it's been really kind of taking off.
When you do something like this, Strom, and obviously it's something that comes from your heart and what you want to do for a city that you you grew up in, you want to see better. Is there any way that you can kind of, because how old are you now?
46.
40. So geez, I was going to say 40. So you're 46. 30 years ago, you're 16-year-old teenager at Fair Park High School, starting to kind of get his footing in basketball, getting the attention of the ABCD camp. Do you think there is any way possible that 16-year-old Stromile Swift would have any clue what this 46-year-old Stromile Swift will be doing with his life right now?
Like no clue at all. Like I said, like I was so reserved and so shy, like during those days, like I couldn't see myself like getting out and like being able to talk to kids and just doing these camps. And man, I remember I had to do a play in high school, and I tried my best to get out of this play because like we had to do it in front of the whole school, and I was just like, I'm not getting up on this stage and talking in front of all these people. Like I was so scared to do it. And so being like doing that and now seeing myself like what I'm doing now, like it's really been a help. And I really have to attest that to like coaching, because like coaching wasn't something that I wanted to do. I felt like I was called to, because I had plenty of opportunities. I remember when Coach Preston was getting ready to retire, I remember him coming and asking me if I wanted to like take over at Fair Park, and I was just like, man, I remember all the hard times that myself and my teammates gave him. I was like, I don't know if I want to do that, Coach. I ain't ready for that. Just there was multiple opportunities like that were presented to me, but I just like I didn't feel like I would be a good coach. Like I didn't feel like I had the patience to work with kids. Like if I did coach, it would probably be like at college or pros. Like I just never saw myself like coaching like young kids, and just going back to church, like just rededicating my life to Christ. Just being active in the church. My pastor comes to me and asks me what I think about coaching, and that's a long story, but man, I like just one day I prayed about it, and I just got a lot of confirmation about that's what I was supposed to be doing. And I get over there, and that's like one of the best things that ever happened to me. Like just kind of changed my life, and like the love of the game like just came back, because like once I was retired, like once I was done, I lost my mom in 2009. Like I lost a lot of love for the game, and it was just like I didn't have that passion anymore after I lost my mom. So 2016, 17, like that's when like the love and all the passion and everything started coming back, and I started coaching that Word of God. And I think once I saw, like, when I'm working with a kid and I finally get a kid to, when it clicked, like they've been doing these drills, and a lot of these kids weren't very talented, like they weren't very good, because I'm coming from the standpoint of like this pro mindset, and I'm trying to teach kids, like, so I got to figure out a terminology. I have to figure out a method that I can relate to them, because they're not on that same level. So I have to try to figure out how can I teach this like to these kids. And once you figure it out, and then they start the repetition and being consistent, and something so basic that would seem normal to like the regular person, when I see these kids, when they finally get it, I was like, okay, that's it right there. Like that's why I'm doing this, because the joy that I got from seeing these kids like finally get it, like something so simple that like just the average basketball player like may do, really, like just like it may come to them normal. Like the stuff that I was doing, like this came to me natural, so I didn't really have to work as hard as somebody else may have had to work. But when I see a kid like just really, really trying, and they're in the game, and then it just happens off of instinct, man, I'm up off the bench jumping. So now I'm starting to feel this joy from when I played. Like,
right.
So, man, it was unbelievable. And to answer a question, that you asked me early in the interview about a dunk that may have taken place, it was a dunk that wasn't my dunk, and somebody sent it to me on my phone like a couple years ago. It was a dunk of one of my teammates. And this is when I realized, like, man, like, I'd be more excited for my teammates, because I had a bunch of dunks. I had a lot of dunks that people got excited about. But when one of my teammates did something special, like, I think I was more excited than they probably were. But it was actually two dunks. It was the same. He did the same dunk. It was two different games. The first one was against Grambling. We played Grambling in Baton Rouge at LSU, and he was on a fast break, and he faked the behind the back pass, and the guy jumped because he thought he was going to get the pass, and man, he just tomahawked, and I just remember like just going crazy. And the same thing, we played against Arizona. I think they had Richard Jefferson on that team, Gilbert Arenas, man, they Lauren Woods, they had a really good team. And we beat them pretty good at LSU. They came to Baton Rouge, we beat them pretty good. But Jabari did that same dunk at the PMAC. The PMAC is jam-packed, like ESPN. Like this was and Jabari did the fake behind the back pass, and man, he dunked it. And I just remember just going crazy, so that was like one of my like favorite moments.
Well, one of your favorite dunks is not even one of your dunks.
And it wasn't even one of my dunks.
Right.
Like, that was my favorite one in college. And we go skip over to the pros. I think the Yao Ming one was one of my favorites. Because I think it was just something about dunking on somebody that was 7 foot.
7'4" or whatever he was. Yeah.
So that may be my favorite one.
That's not a bad one. Look that one up, kids. Stromile and Yao Ming. Stro, this has been so much fun. Our Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers Athlete of the Week Rewind. And shout out to our mutual friend, Don Gibbs, who helped kind of reconnect us. Gibbs is awesome. He keeps saying he's going to bring me to church. He's never, he keeps.
One of my jerseys?
He keeps talking about bringing me to church.
Oh, to church.
To his church or whatever. He's been telling me that for 30 years now. But he's a good dude, man. So I appreciate Gibbs for doing that.
I got a lot of stories. But,
we got 2 minutes. Give us your best 2-minute story.
My Don Gibbs story. So I got in trouble I think I was about 13, 14 years old. I got in some trouble. Kid in the neighborhood stole my basketball and ended up getting into a fight. And I ended up having to go to the sheriff, Garland Scout Sheriff's Camp. And I get to this camp. So we're in this buddy system. So it's like Like we would every activity we would do, you had to do it as with a buddy, and we had an odd number in our group, so I had to go with somebody from another campsite, and we were canoeing. So my campsite ended up leaving me because I was in the canoe with another camp.
Right.
So when I get out of the canoe, I'm trying to find my way back to the campsite, and they left me. I don't have a flashlight. And when it gets dark in the woods,
it's dark.
It's pitch black.
Yeah.
I'm about 14 years old, and I'm walking through the woods with no flashlight. Like, I don't know if it's like some water, if I'm about to walk in a lake. Like, I'm walking down this road, and I'm walking with my hands in front. Can't see a thing. All I can see is look like miles away, like people with flashlights. So I'm trying to walk towards the lights, but I can't see my hands in front of my face. And, man, I was out there in these woods. I was crying, like, real tears.
Right.
And at nighttime, they would tell these, like, scary stories.
Sure.
So I'm thinking, like, an animal might come out of the woods and eat me. Man, I was terrified. And the next thing I know, I see these, like, bright lights coming towards me. And they were coming down the road. They rolled down the window. It was Don Gibbs. And I was like, man, you saved my life. And they put me in the truck and took me back to my campsite. That was the first time I met Don Gibbs. And I remind him of that every time I see him. I was like, man, that was probably the most.
Saved you from the monsters of the woods.
That was the most afraid. I was calling for I was crying, calling for my mama.
I bet you were, man. I would have been doing the same thing.
Don Gibbs saved me. I was like, man, I sure appreciate that. I tell him that all the time.
He's a good dude. Well, Stro, it's been a blast, and congratulations on everything you got going on. Coaching a Word of God, doing the camps, and being a local guy who's giving back locally. And tell your buddies from your high school group as well that I know that I covered some of those guys that I said hey as well. That was so much fun. It was just a golden era there, man. Really appreciate you coming out here, too,
I
Stro.
appreciate you having me, man. Anytime y'all need me to come on the show, I'll come through for you.
You got it, buddy. Have a great day. Officer Payne, rest in peace. Thomas of Valley Badge 1284, rest in peace. And our buddy Casey Havoc, rest in peace. And Stro's mom, rest in peace. Everybody have a wonderful day, and we'll check you tomorrow.
The previous program was paid for by Tim Fletcher. KWKA